may amuse you.
Won't you guess my name?
Bring a pitcher of beer every 7 minutes until somebody passes out. And then bring one every 10 minutes, right?
Get ready for the best 5 hours of your life.
Fat, drunk, and stupid is no way to go through life, son.
Don't believe me, just watch.
This is Dukes and Bell.
You know what? Why don't we start doing the stuff that other guys have done, other radio shows around the country?
No.
On Sports Radio 92.9, The Game.
Atlanta, what's going on? It's Dukes and Bell on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. We start off every day and every hour by saying, hey, man, happy Monday. Mike is right. This was the weekend where you went, no football. And you're fiending just a little bit forward. The Pro Bowl, I'll be honest, I didn't watch any of it, Mike, but everybody was saying it was fun and entertaining with the flag football. Okay, great. But it's not what we're used to. And we've got 1 week left in the NFL as we lead up to Super Bowl 57. We're going to be talking a lot about it this week. We're going to have some guests on throughout the course of the week as well as Eagles get ready to take on the Chiefs. I just hope we get a good game, Mike. That's all I'm hoping for Sunday, but I know that will be the last week, and then it's really going to hit us.
Yeah, and again, the Pro Bowl, look, if you enjoy watching it, I'm never going to tell anybody, if you enjoy it, you watch it. And the way football is going, let's be honest, because now they're upset with the hip tackle, and I don't know how you're able to, at some point, there'll be no way to tackle anyone, right? So eventually flag football may be where we're going. That might be where the sport winds up. You know, you and me will be like Stadler and Waldorf, the old Muppets in the balcony. Yeah, there's a Super Bowl 78 with this flag football. I'm not a fan. But so, like, if you want to enjoy it, guys don't get hurt. They're having fun. You know, guys wearing sunglasses and hats, although someone's got to tell Jalen Ramsey you can't pow. You know, you can't lay on Tyreek Hill like that.
True.
But all right. I mean, you know, it's look, and for the same boat, the NHL put on their weekend down in South Florida, and it's the same thing. You can't hit in hockey. It's not hockey. And so it's the same. The only one that really works, as you and I have said a million times, is baseball. Because baseball, the same rules apply. The guy's still throwing 100 miles an hour. You got to hit the ball.
A lot going on today, guys. Falcons introducing officially, all right, we know he got hired, but Ryan Nielsen is being introduced. He was introduced today. He did a presser. We're going to let you hear a little bit of what he had to say.
Okay.
I will tell you guys, impressed. From what I've heard so far, impressed. Sometimes you hear guys and you go, okay, I get why they got the job, right? And he said he chose this job because he had a few friends in the building, but he also thought their philosophies meshed. And he's talking about Arthur Smith and Terry Fontenot and the way they think about things and how they go about it. So from that standpoint, but we'll let you hear a little bit of what he had to say today, Mike, because we've been waiting to hear from him, right? He was out there in the East-West Shrine game last week with the Falcons staff, but that did happen today. And also, obviously, the big trade over the weekend. And, Mike, we've been talking about this all weekend amongst ourselves and talking about what it means. Listen, the team or one of the teams we've been trying to catch, and I'm talking about our Hawks, guys, is Brooklyn. And Mike's been laying these, these standings out for the last couple of weeks. If we can get here. Mike, I don't think that Brooklyn, with losing Kyrie, remains a top 4 team. Now, are they a playoff team? Yes. With a healthy Kevin Durant? Of course. Right. But I don't know if they're a top 4 team. And so how do we get to catch them? How do we find a way to get there? And, guys, the only way I think we find a way to get there, because with the games left, and we've been saying this all season, I don't think it clicks where all of a sudden we run off 10 in a row. We've been inconsistent. That's the one thing we've been this year. We'll win a few, lose a few. Oh, we won 5 in a row. That's an aberration. We hadn't done that since. But, Mike, the only way I think we get there is we have to make a move on Thursday.
But here's the thing. Are we going to send the wrong message to the fan base by selling? You know, because that's the thing. Are we going to, you could argue, are we going to maybe pare some salary back and maybe Bogey goes? And if Bogey goes, I mean, look, we can debate the minutes, and I want to see more from A.J. Griffin to see him learn on the job, but and he may have to if you move from Bogey. But if you're taking Bogey off, that's scoring. You got to replace that scoring. And, you know, the Lakers are looking for help. The Mavericks are now looking for some three-point shooting because they sent, Dinwiddie and those guys. So they need some shooters, you could argue, to fill out what they're trying to do. I guess what Mark Cuban's trying to do. But I don't know. Because everyone asked us, we were out of the Beltline this weekend. I ran into a couple of Hawks fans, going to give a shout-out to a couple of dudes later in the guy talk. But they were like, what are we going to do? And I said, well, you look at all the trade rumors. There's nothing that really says, wow, that makes us the number, number 4, number 5? Do you see anything out there you could pull off right now that elevates us without sacrificing something, without taking something off the roster we need?
No, see, here's the deal. You're always there's risk-reward with all these trades, all right? Let's look at the Mavs, right? You get Kyrie, you get him for the rest of the season. And now you have to sell him on this vision that not only are we willing to pay you if you want to stay, but this is going to be a championship-caliber franchise while you're here with Luka, right? But the risk is he could say, screw you guys at the end of the season, and I'm leaving anyway. So there's a risk reward with all of these moves. I mean, for the Nets, they get Dorian Finney-Smith. I think he's a good player, man. I don't know if you guys watch enough NBA, but this guy can hoop. He's a good scorer. Spencer Dinwiddie. Those guys combined, that's a playoff team with Kevin Durant. I don't know if they're a championship team, but just like I thought the Mavs were a playoff team with those two guys with Luka. But, Mike, there's a risk reward. If you're telling me we're going to go acquire another superstar, and I mean this with all due respect. Listen, Trey and is not enough. It's not enough. And if you're going to tell me, well, wait a minute, we got DeJounte. It's not enough. We need another dude. And if that requires getting rid of 2 or maybe 3 players that are currently on this roster, Mike, that's the risk reward we're going to have to take. Or we're going to find ourselves in this same situation.
Right. Now, here's the thing. If you added, just for argument's sake, like Zach LaVine, does that interest you?
I love it.
Yeah, but
I love it.
But they're not going to just give them to us.
No.
That's therein lies the crux.
Here's the thing, though. If these guys are not in your long-term plans, and this is what I do love about the Mavs move. Listen, I love it short-term. I don't know if I love it long-term because you just don't know what's going to happen. Short-term, and this is where we should be, Tony Wrestler. Win now. Mark Cuban said, screw it.
Right.
I'm trying to win now. While my young superstar is in his prime, he's getting it done. I don't need to wait till he's old and all of a sudden now we're trying to put people around him. Win now. I'm willing to trade these guys away, and I'll take the risk. Atlanta, we have to be willing to take the risk. And I think, Mike, that means moving on from some of these guys that may not be in your long-term plans anyway.
And again, guys, the Durant thing, look, Durant has to want to come here, and they got a 4-year they just put a multi-year deal together. Maybe they had that whole issue back in the summer, and there were concessions and yada. Durant's not coming here, so just stop with that. It's a nice thought, but come on, that's crazy talk. We're looking at, let's be honest, realistic scenarios today, okay? So you can go do your NBA trade machine. And, it works. Yeah, of course it works, but it's not going to happen. All right, Kyle Kuzma, Bradley Beal.
I'd love to have Beal. I told you guys 2 years ago.
Now they're saying, but again, just like LaVine, they're saying the Bulls aren't going to trade him, and now they're saying unless you come with a crazy package, the Wiz aren't moving off those guys either. So, what do you get? What are you looking for?
This is the thing about the trade deadline. If you can find a way to offer enough up, the Lakers were in the mix for this Kyrie situation, but they weren't willing to come off the additional picks.
Right.
So, the Brooklyn Nets said, well, we'll see you. The Suns were in the mix. They weren't willing to come off the additional picks.
Right.
If you can put a big enough package together, I think you can lure anybody away, Mike, depending on the star power. Now, you're not going to give up young stars. You just don't, because they're hard to find in this league. But those other pieces, and if you're going to make a difference and go get a difference maker, you put a package together. Kyrie's a difference maker. I know he can be a jerk and all the things that you guys think about him off the court. At the end of the day, when the ball's playing, then he's a baller.
Right. Now, the one thing I would say, and you brought this up earlier in the year, it was back in December. What is DeAndre Hunter? Is DeAndre Hunter ever going to match up with that contract? Is he ever going to meet the expectations that we set for him? So if you could put a package together, I wouldn't think there's anybody other than Trey and DeJounte who's untradeable on this team. That's because John Collins, this thing's been going on for 3 years. Yeah. Now, trade rumors with him.
Yeah.
I don't want to trade Okongwu. I don't want to trade Capella because I just got to have a front court, whatever I do, right? Unless I'm bringing in a big guy. But to me, I'm saying DeAndre Hunter, I'd be interested. I'd talk about that because I still don't know what he is.
Yeah, Mike, I don't think a big guy makes us championship worthy. Unless you're bringing in Embiid. Right? The reality is we need another wing player who can defend and can score. The problem with Bogey is he scores, he just don't defend. So if you're telling me we can upgrade, and that is the key, 404-741-0929, it's our Solomon Brothers Diamond text line. Can we upgrade? If you're looking at this team and going, well, we're pretty good. I don't think we need to upgrade. Then, okay, stay the course and let's see what happens. But, Mike, I think we can upgrade.
Right.
And I think we should be looking to upgrade. And that is why Dallas pulled the trigger while everybody else is being scared. And we'll see if it works out. And listen, they may be the laughingstock of the league. But what if they're not? What if it works? What if they make a run? What if he resigns and stays with Luka? And now you got to deal with that in the Western Conference. And by the way, if they're winning, they will attract other players to come.
Right.
Because that's what happens. We've got to be willing to take the risk.
Now, in the meantime, everybody's going to watch to see if the Lakers can put anything together to make a run. Right now, they're outside the play-in. The Lakers aren't even in the play-in scenario right now. So there's a lot of rumors about what the Lakers are trying to do. Now, they could not match, obviously, what the Mavericks put together to get Kyrie. They were trying. So we'll see where that goes. And then, somebody might want bogey, but if you give bogey up and you're not really getting anything back, then you're kind of signaling the white flag. Some people will see it that way. Unless you're, as we said, unless you're getting something dynamic in return.
Yeah, the deal with Bogey or any of these guys, if you don't get anything significant in return, it's why I was upset when they said we're not looking for a first rounder in return for John Collins. We're just looking for a guy. A guy? No, I need something in return. If you're going to do that, then, Mike, you're dumping salary and you're truly not trying to win. Right. There's a difference between making trades that you get value in and you get guys that can help you versus just dumping salary. And then down the road here in the offseason, Mike and I are talking about the luxury tax and our team and why we're not spending any money.
Well, I mean, look, the Herter was kind of the first sign that we didn't exactly put our money where our mouth was. And that was, for those who don't remember, we get the other holidays and we send Herter out and then we're not going to get close. We're kind of straddling that luxury tax, but we're not dipping our toe in the water. And that's what I think. I don't think Rustin wants to do that, if I'm honest.
Well, we're not there. Listen, I don't blame him right now. I mean, honestly, I get it. We want to do it because we want to do whatever it takes to win. But your team has to be close. Like, you got to feel like we're close. Do you feel like we're close?
No. This weekend, all right, for example, you go into Utah, you get the win. You go to Denver, Trey doesn't play. And then you're down by, you close it down to like single digits, 8 or 9 points. And then we just kind of go screwy. I mean, Capella had a bad day. He couldn't handle Joker at all.
No.
That's we'll talk more about the nuts and bolts of the game coming up. Okongo was doing a better job on Joker than Capella was, but Nate goes, no, now is when I will sub him in because apparently he's got it locked in his brain like it's carved in stone. But that was just another example. I guess you could say the road trip was okay, but there was a chance to really get a statement with a win over the Nuggets and then let it slip away.
Yeah. So my only thing about the luxury test, I'm all in if we're close. If we had a team that was in second or third or even fourth.
If Trey was an all-star this year.
In the East. Mike, and we're seeing signs. I would be screaming at Tony Wrestler, let's do it, let's make. But I get it. Why would you do that when you don't feel like we're close? And that's why we have to risk it.
Because regardless of what you think or you put into that article in The Athletic, there's probably a mindset of we're going to move on from the Schlenk moves. You know, there was pieces that Schlenk assembled, and we're going to and John Collins might be one of those guys. We'll see. But they missed that opportunity to move John Collins earlier. You found out earlier this summer.
No, they did. I mean, a deal was on the table. They didn't pull the trigger, and now, I think sometimes, Mike, you're late to the party. And when you're late to the party, that means people go, oh, you want to trade him? Yeah, we'll take him for a bag of chips. Because you guys had a chance to trade him earlier, and you blew it. And that's really what teams are looking at John Collins right now. We'll see what happens. Do you think we need to risk it? 404-741-0929. It's Dukes and Bell at Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. Follow Mike. He's Mike Bell. ATL. I'm at Put 'em Up. See Dukes. And this radio show is Dukes and Bell 929. We're across all social media platforms. 929 The Game. Follow the radio station. They tell us today we're not only on Twitch, Mike, we're on YouTube.
We're on the YouTube and the Twitch. So, yeah, there's lots of ways. Multi-platform program, Dukes and Bell.
Wow, I love it. And there's product placement. It doesn't get any better.
Look at the beer. You can lick the screen, but you can't drink it.
Coming up, he says it's all about passion. We'll tell you what we're talking about on Dukes and Bell next.
to more Dukes and Bell.
How's everybody feeling?
On Sports Radio 92.9, The Game.
It is Dukes and Bell. Happy Monday. Thanks for all your pictures. Hashtag Dukes and Bell tailgate at home. I had that chicken and shrimp gumbo over the weekend. It was delish. But there were so many cool pictures. Who was it? Was it Sai who sent that picture and you were talking about the Chinese balloon?
Yes, I said, did the Chinese balloon compel you to do the Chinese barbecue?
Yeah, man.
Using those mind-altering rays. Again, going through your TikTok app to control you, to make them do whatever they want you to do, Carl. In this case, cook some Chinese ribs.
Sai, all the guys that hit us up. Great pics, man, at Dukes and Bell 929. And the best ones go on our Instagram at Dukes and Bell. So thank you for sending those. And, yes, we do this, man. Listen, we're about to hit springtime, summer. Great time for cookouts, barbecues, all that stuff. But we're not there yet, Mike. It looks like we've got 6 more weeks of winter.
Yeah, now again, Puncture Tony Phil saw his shadow. As I said, how can he not with all those cameras up there? But our guy, General Beauregard, didn't see his shadow. So we're going with the southern critter, the marmot.
I hope so.
And then one in Quebec just died. So I don't know what that means. That might mean winter never ends. They went to go get the, if you missed Guy Talk on Thursday, they're going to pull the Canadian groundhog, do little X's for his eyeballs. Okay, kids, we'll see you later. People freaking out.
It's going to be crazy.
I wonder if the guy was trying to move him around. No, he's happy. He saw his shadow.
And by the way, do they use the same damn groundhog every year? Is it just the same name, or is it a different groundhog?
I don't know if these things. How old do they live to be?
I don't know.
But either way, it's gone on for years. Most people look. We live in the South. It's like 60s, beautiful today, top down weather, and then it is what it is. You enjoy. And then tomorrow, what's it going to be? Raining later this week?
Later this week, yeah. Cold front comes in. It'll cool back off. Either way, let's enjoy what we've got. Hey, man, coming up, we'll get to some headlines. Want to mention this because it is a big deal, and he was a hell of a player at Georgia. But A.J. Green is retiring. He announced it on his social media. He says, I've never been a man of many words, so I'll keep it short. And he's not. He's never been that dude. Thank you. Thank you to all who supported, encouraged, inspired me throughout my career. Special thanks to University of Georgia, Cincinnati Bengals, and the Arizona Cardinals for the opportunity to pursue my dreams. I've stayed true to the game, and it owes me nothing. Be blessed. Love y'all. The next chapter begins. Simple, sweet, and a great career for A.J. Green.
Yeah, and you and I were just immediately saying, once we saw that drop, that I wonder if Julio is contemplating retirement. He came up in the same class, just a few picks between them. And, Julio, when he's healthy, he still had some big dramatic catches for the Bucs at times, but those were few and far between.
Yeah, and I know some guys in town that have done stuff with A.J., and they talk about what a cool, kind guy he is. And just when you talk to people who know him really well, they're like, man, he's great. So we wish him nothing but the best. But, yeah, and it's cool that he shouts out Georgia because that was obviously where everybody became aware of how good he was. 404-741-0929, we're asking you, do we risk it before Thursday? Once Thursday gets here and the 4 o'clock deadline comes and goes and all of a sudden this team hasn't changed, do not call or text or tweet Mike and I and say, oh, well, you guys, I can't believe we didn't do anything. Do we risk it? Is it worth it right now? And I got to say, if you thought that we were going to be a championship caliber team before the season, we're talking about our Hawks and the trade with Kyrie Irving, then what has changed your mind? Like, if we thought that in the summer before the season started in October, which we did, Mike, we were like, DeJounte, hey, we're going to be a top 4 team. Well, what's changed your mind? If you still believe that, then you should be trying to make moves. And, Mike, don't you think we're going to learn a lot about Landry Fields here in this this trade deadline?
But again, you're literally, you're the definition of, we joked around with Steve Coonan, he said definition of middle of the road. I said definition of mediocrity.
Yes.
Because you're middle of the road on everything. 27 and 27. We're not very clutch. We had that metric that NBA.com put out a few days ago. We're not one of the clutch teams. That's within 5 points with 5 minutes to go. John Collins, this is one of those clunkers against, if you didn't see the Denver game, 6 points. See, the thing is, if John Collins was a real all-star, see, we're talking about Trey not making the all-star team. How about John Collins making the all-star team? John Collins, if he was more consistent, if DeAndre Hunter was more consistent. Now, he went for 20 the other night in a losing effort. Guys, it was close until it became a laugher in the last, 6 minutes. But you were still in it. But this is what we get back to. Are we here in Atlanta, as Carl and I like to say, too close to it?
Yeah.
And we're just a bunch of average guys who once in a while pop for 20. And Trey and DeJounte are the only guys you can count on this team, and everybody else is just a dude. And if you got a bunch of just a dude, unless you have LeBron or KD, you're not going anywhere.
I agree. And that becomes our issue. All right, we'll hit you up. You hit us up, should I say, at 404-741-0929. Love to hear what you guys are thinking about that. I want to talk about our defensive coordinator, but, Mike, I just saw this tweet earlier from Tom Brady. Did you see this today? Today is the 6th, right? Today is February 6th? Yeah. Where where he takes a picture, it's a selfie of himself, and he says, Did I do it right?
And he's in his underpants.
Yeah.
What's that about?
I don't know. There's a beach behind him.
Yeah.
He tagged Gronk in it.
I see that. And
Did I do
Edelman,
it right? No, I guess, is he, in other words, throwing it out there to chicks or pimping underwear, or what are we doing here?
Listen, I don't know.
Obviously, it's tongue-in-cheek. I'd like to think it's a goof.
I do, too. I think he's making fun of his boy Gronk and Edelman, and he's got them tagged on here.
Right.
But we found out today, right, that he's going to take some time off, real time off.
Like, is this Brady's first experience in a selfie, and he decides to do it in his underpants?
That's my guess. I mean, I don't know. Who knows where he is, first of all. Secondly, is this a thirst trap? Like, we talk about women. Brady's single. He's got no shirt on. He's in his underpants, to Mike's point. And this is literally like, is this like, ladies, come get me? What is this?
Yeah, I'm not sure where this is. And they're showing, I'm not sure what's going on. I have no idea. I'm looking at this and I'm saying, is he just goofing like with Gronk and his boys? Hey, now that I'm retired, I'm doing silly stuff like this, having fun. Is this how I do silly stuff, having fun like a selfie?
All right.
I don't know.
Well, the next tweet, like 4 hours later, was you knew the plug was coming.
Yeah.
The Brady boxer brief.
And then there's other pictures of male models wearing the boxer briefs.
So maybe he's not on a beach. Maybe that's just a blue screen or a green screen. And they made it look that way.
What do you think? Now, just take a wild guess, your first step. What do you think the Brady boxer briefs are going to retail for?
$24.99.
I'd say a little bit higher. I'm going to say they're $30 a pop.
$30?
I'm going to say.
For draws?
Brother, I've gone round and round the world looking for comfortable draws, and if you find good quality,
it's true.
It's about $40 to $30. You know what I mean? But that's why I just go get Old Navy, and then when get the hole in the butt, I throw them out.
No,
and then I detail
it's bound to happen.
And then I detail my rims with them, and then I've got some nice rags for the garage. But I'm not spending $25 to $30 on drawers.
Yeah, my wife turned me on to these. I'm trying to look at them because you're a man. You put your drawers on, you go to work, right? You don't get in the mirror every day and go, wow, look at my underwear. Look how those fit me. But she put me onto these, and I bought a bunch of them. And I thought they were pricey. But to your point, once they got to the house and I tried them on, I was like, oh, these are comfortable. And I'm going to look it up.
Are they the Tommy Johns?
No.
All right, because by the way, for the guys out there, I don't know if it's just me, the Tommy Johns are great, but I wear them out. And then they fall apart.
Yeah, they fall apart. Yeah.
Squid, are you a Fruit of the Loom man? What's going on? By the way, Chris now is emerging as a young broadcaster. So SquidBilly's got to do everything today. So Squid is running the board and producing the show.
No, I mean, honestly, when I wear underwear, it's just Walmart
unusual?
brand. It's just like athletic. Like they're the boxer briefs, the athletic style.
Okay.
Like not cotton or anything.
I thought when you said unusual, I thought you were going to give us like the Bill Murray soliloquy and stripes. I don't usually wear underwear, but when I do, it's usually something unusual.
No, it's just for the gym and certain occasions. Yeah, gym and golf, really.
Yeah, I don't want to give the name of this site, not because it's bad or anything, but I will tell you this: they have cool underwear, and I bought some underwear from them before, and now it's kind of my go-to. But, Mike, I just don't – because I'll give the site out, and then guys will be like, yeah, I bought underwear from them. And I'm not doing any advertising from them. They're not paying us.
Right.
So I'm just going to tell you guys, do you. But this Brady boxer brief is the reason why I took this photo, and I think we got set up. Because I don't think he's on a beach. Right. I think that's a green or blue screen behind him.
No, I mean, that could be down in Tampa Bay. The water's blue in the bay. It could be on the beach in Tampa somewhere. It doesn't have to be in, like, Martinique.
Come on, not that water.
Well, I mean, when the light hits it looks pretty.
It does in some areas. It's Dukes and Bell, 404-741-0929. All right. We're going to talk about our defensive coordinator. He spoke to the media today. That Brady thing just kind of threw me off because it's like, what is he doing here?
Hold on. I found the website. I will find the price here.
Oh, for the Tommy?
Okay. The Brady boxer brief is $20.
Oh, wow. I said $24.99.
5-pack. Okay. You know what? I take that back. Brady is not going to totally
for the affordable underwear.
He is not screwing you on the drawers. $20. That's the same price. Basically, a little bit more expensive than the Tommy John.
What do you mean, Michael Jordan's underwear are more than that.
Shoot, you can go to Walmart and get underwear for like $12 for a 5-pack. When I wear it, that's what I wear. Walmart
but
brand.
Does it fit tightly? I look like Walter Matthau when I'm walking out. You know what I mean?
What do you mean?
They're squeezing me.
Are they loose drawers? They fit tight? I mean,
they're boxer briefs. All boxer briefs fit the same. Tighten the legs, loosen the crotch.
All right. I'm good. Don't yell at me. All right. As long as Walmart's the quality's there. Fine.
5 what, Beau?
It's like 5 for like $12.
Those drawers will fall apart in 2 weeks.
I've had them for 3 years.
No way.
Yeah, I bought them during the pandemic.
I buy the Old Navy. I get the Old Navy 4-pack for $24.
And to your point, though, at some point, and by the way, fellas, if your drawers have holes in them, you got to change them out.
Come on.
All right? No lady digs that. It's you walking around the house with a hole in your butt. It just there's nothing.
No, man,
nothing happens.
I'm ventilating, man.
Yeah, there's nothing exciting about that. All right, and I know you're like, my old lady don't care. Yes, she does.
And otherwise, she's lying.
Or she doesn't want you anymore.
It's a 3-pack for $24 at Old Navy. That's what I buy because my life's not that complicated.
Yeah, I want to give this side. I really do, but I can't.
Why not? What is it? Is like this design you get fit for your underwear? So
No,
because it measures
no.
your inseam?
No, because then you know how this is, Mike. Oh, I heard you talking about it. I went there and I paid X amount of dollars for my underwear.
That's why I hate mentioning a show on HBO. I get some guy emails, get the nasty gram. I ain't rich like you. I got no HBO. All right. Don't watch.
But HBO comes with most like
Cable systems.
Dude, I get it for free with my cell phone package.
Yeah.
So I don't want to hear that. HBO Max, I don't want to hear that crap anymore.
You get HBO Max now when you get HBO, don't you? I think it comes together.
Right. I just don't want to be further painted as an elitist on this program. I'm starting to sound like Steak Shapiro on this show.
You just said you buy a 3-pack underwear for $25. That's pretty damn elitist to me.
That's a freaking Old Navy for crying out loud. That's $8 a pair of drawers.
That's a lot.
Well, it's good quality.
I'm going to give it out. Screw it. It's called Shinesty. If you've not heard of it, SHINESTY. The most comfortable underwear I've ever worn. Now, if you're going to tell me, those are a little pricey, you pay for quality, okay?
Okay.
That's all I'm going to tell you. All right.
Wearing rich man's drawers, Carl Dukes. First world problems.
Listen, I came up with them Fruit of the Looms. All right?
It's true.
I came up with them no-name drawers. I know what that's like. All right, we're coming back. We're going to hit some headlines. We're also going to talk about our defensive coordinator, Ryan Nielsen. What did he have to say today about the Falcons and his plan? It's Dukes and Bell on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
to more Dukes and Bell.
This is fun.
On Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
Ryan Cheek on Twitter says Hawks will remain mediocre. Well, they don't have to. They can do something about that. It's Dukes and Bell. It's Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. It's what we're talking about today as we count down to the trade deadline. Matter of fact, Mike and I, Thursday, all right, check that. Wednesday, we'll be at State Farm Arena.
Okay.
Is that? No. I'm sorry. Thursday. And then the following Wednesday. But we'll be down there. But Thursday, which is the trade deadline, we'll be at the State Farm Arena during the show. Suns in town. Now, Suns could look completely different, by the way. Rumors out there about CP3 being on the market. So we'll see. But we'll be down there the day that everything apparently might be finalized and goes down as far as the trade deadline. But, Ryan, they don't have to be. None of our teams have to remain where they are.
Yeah, but the thing is, what we talked about last segment, it doesn't seem like it's ever going to happen on a regular basis where DeAndre Hunter goes for 20. John Collins goes for 20 every night.
How long do you need, Mike, now to see them to realize what they are?
I mean, and that's it. You just said it. And we're scoring 2 more points on average a night is DeAndre Hunter. And that's it. So we did not get to DeAndre Hunter in Game 5 against the Heat, which was the thing that's it. Carl, the light has gone on. Here he is. He hasn't been that guy. He's not that guy consistently.
No.
And defensively, he's supposed to be this great defender. You said it the other day. It's not that great if you watch it. He's inconsistent defensively.
He's the one player that I've been probably the most disappointed in from a production standpoint. And only because of Mike, only because of what he brought to the table when they drafted him. Right. There are guys who it takes a couple of years to get to be NBA ready, and then there are guys who are immediately NBA ready. He was supposed to be a guy that was NBA ready. And from that standpoint, when I say disappointed, it is what it is. I mean, he's giving you 15 or whatever it is a night. But I've been saying for 3 years now, give me 18, give me more on the defensive end, etc. So we'll see. Trade deadline is going to be very interesting for our Hawks. Let's shift gears. Headlines brought to you by our friends at ATL Live Well. Low testosterone doesn't have to keep you down. Call ATL Live Well today. Don't just live well. Beau Morgan, double duty today, executive producing. He's also our engineer today, as Turtle was on today with Andy, or should I say Randy, because Andy is still out. But Ryan Nielsen is our new defensive coordinator. He spoke for the first time today, and we're going to play more of this throughout the course of the afternoon because I want you to get a feel of what we're getting. But one of the things he talked about today was passion, and I love this because it's overlooked. And I'll use an example here in just a second. But when he talked about passion, he said it's a passion for football, a passion for the game, a passion for the Atlanta Falcons. He says, that's who I am. Football is in me. It's what I do. It's what I've always wanted to do. But the passion for the game, the energy and the excitement, not just for the games, wait for it, but for the practices. Just watching a couple players in the weight room or whatever, just walking by, not even knowing them. That's awesome. That's the stuff I love. So, Mike, he loves the process. If you get enough guys that love that, you're going to be good. If you get enough guys on defense that love that, you're going to be good. Remember a guy that we drafted high, Mike, who didn't have that in him, whose career ended pretty quickly?
Yeah, it's Vic Beasley. And there's a couple. But, I mean, is that the right one?
That's the right one.
You could have taken 3 or 4 guys we drafted high. But Vic Beasley's passion for football was admittedly, we later found out, not there. And in this case, you got a guy can work with these dudes. Chuck Smith, everybody hears Chuck Smith on with us twice a week. Go, man, I wish Chuck could just coach for the Falcons. Well, Chuck makes more money doing what he does, working on guys for the draft. But that's what, if this guy can build and get these guys on his game plan and develop the talent the way he did with the Saints, all right, it's a good hire. Look, yes, Wilkes was a name brand, Flores was a name brand, Fangio was a name brand. But this guy might be just the guy. So I like what I'm hearing so far.
Let's hear what he said about what this defense is going to look like. This is Ryan Nielsen, the new defensive coordinator for our Falcons.
Well, we'll see. I mean, I don't want to give too much away. Again, they've done some good things here, and some of the places that myself and other coaches have been have done some good things. And so we're just going to marry, what we've all done. And again, it's going to be the best Falcon defense, what's best for these players. And take it out on the grass and then implement it when we get into games.
So he's not trying to kill Dean Pease, nor should he. And that would be completely...
And Dean did a hell of a job.
Yeah, completely disrespectful. So he's saying, yeah, we'll do what they were doing best, and I'm going to add to it. But, Mike, what he didn't say is, are we 3-4-4-3? What are we running? Ryan. So he was, and today, by the way, they said at this presser, he was kind of avoiding it and having fun with it in a good way. Not as if he doesn't know. Of course he knows. But, what's this front going to look like? Because, Mike, that's going to dictate what you want to do in the draft. If you are going to want more linebackers or you're going to want more edge rushers, right, it's going to depend on which way you're going to be leaning in this draft, maybe with that number 8 overall pick.
Right. I mean, guys, if you're going 3-4, you want more of a Richard Seymour. If you're going 4-3, then you want a guy, that would look like, look like Lorenzo Carter, but you got to play better. But, you get guys, different types of players, different types of bodies. We want a big body regardless, a big tackle next to Grady. But you're right. Then all of a sudden you're going to have 3 linebackers out there as opposed to 4. You're in the nickel much, as you guys know, the majority. But there still is something to how you're going to draft, how you're going to adjust, and then are you going to change positions or get guys to put on some size, lose some size, and what you have currently on your roster, your young guys.
That's why it's important, but here's the other thing. If he doesn't share it, you keep other teams guessing. And now your strength in the draft becomes a little bit more from a position standpoint because teams now don't know, well, are they going to go that way? And if so, are they willing to make a move? What's going on? Are they trading back? What's going on? So I get it. Here's Ryan Nielsen talking about what the defense, at least Mike in his mind, what will improve the most with this defense?
Every area. I mean, that's your goal as a coach, right? You want to improve every area, every player. As a coach, you want to help every player achieve their maximum potential. And if we can do that with every player, then every area should improve.
True.
Looks, yeah.
You can't argue with that logic, technically.
No. Looks the part.
He played defensive tackle at USC, for those who don't know.
He did.
He played big-time college football.
Didn't play professionally. I mean, basically went into coaching, but looks the part. And I just think that once him and Arthur Smith in the interview process, and obviously Terry Fontenot had some familiarity too. I mean, they were in the same building for a little bit. But I think once they meshed, Mike, they kind of got a sense that this is the guy we wanted.
I know that we spent a lot of time last week talking about Sean Payton. This was a guy that Sean Payton wanted to take with him. Mm-hmm. So this is a guy that, for what it's worth, whether you think we overblow Sean Payton's success in this division, but he was a guy Sean would have wanted to take to Denver with him.
Yeah. When they asked him about the Falcons, he was like, look, they run the ball. It's the biggest thing. They line up, they get under center, defenses know what they're going to do, and they still can't stop it. He's talking about facing that. Right? When he was with the Saints, and then he says, that's the one thing. It's exciting to know. He says, as far as the defense, we're going to play fast, smart, and tough. Obviously, those are phrases we hear all the time. And then he says, but execution is what matters most. And he's talking about executing the defense and making plays. I mean, it still comes back down to you got to have players. You got to have players. Kansas City has players. The Eagles have players. That's why they're in the Super Bowl, right? And you could have the best defensive coordinator on the planet, and at the end of the day, you still have to have guys that execute and make plays.
Look, you're right. As much as we're talking about Nielsen, this is about Fontenot going and getting those guys. We're spending so much time this week, you're going to see the Chiefs and the Eagles. The Eagles and Howie Roseman is getting all the love because it's deserved. Howie Roseman, despite what Jerry Jones said, I mean, this thing has been a slow burn. He's turned this roster over from 5 years ago. They've got young studs. They've got one of the deepest defensive lines in football. They got one of the best, if not the best, offensive line. And you can't just do that through free agency. You got to draft it. So hopefully, combination of us with a lot of money to spend, Carl, getting that offensive line, that defensive line fixed, but we got to draft the best class possible. This is going to be like 16 if we want to get because, again, we laid it out. This division is there for the taking this year. We can go right back into playoffs this year.
And it's possible to do just what we've seen happen, not only here, but in other places. Later in the week, we'll talk about it. Chiefs did the same thing this year. They're not in the Super Bowl without all this rookie class contributing the way they are. Hey, we mentioned that Tom Brady went on FS1 today on The Herd with Colin Cowherd, saying that he needs to take some time to learn to be great at really what I want to become. Think about the opportunity and making sure I'm not rushing into anything. So he said that he will not start until the fall of 2024 as far as his broadcasting career, which means he's off for a year.
Which means if something happens in San Francisco, this totally sets up everything you and I talked about last Friday. That, you could not rule Tom Brady from jumping in if some team which is positioned to make a run and has arguably a fantastic offensive line so Tom won't get hit. You're leaving yourself wide open for all that speculation that, man, my God, you just gave Skip and Shannon enough material to everybody on ESPN for an entire offseason now.
No doubt, because the speculation will be there. Fair, unfair. I mean, so you're telling me you're taking a year off. You're not going to broadcasting schools every day, okay?
It's, and remember the same thing happened with, was it Jay Cutler? Remember Jay Cutler got dragged back in a quarterback for the Dolphins, beat us back in 17, right, Beau? But it's a situation where the guy was out, and all of a sudden an offer's made. Just for argument's sake, we'll stay in Miami. What if the Dolphins, heaven forbid, Tua goes through more stuff and he can't get on the field? And that's a good football team, right? Good defense. Could have beat the Bills with a better quarterback. Yeah. So that's the thing. Anytime anybody gets injured between now and during next season, immediately it's going to be the Tom Brady talk.
Brady said today, when asked about how this unfolded for him, he says, "For me, I know in my heart how I feel. I put 23 years on the field. I'm super proud of what's been accomplished. I just wanted to keep last week really short and sweet, and I felt like I've gotten a lot. I've gained a lot. I've learned a lot, and life is about exciting things ahead." So, that's what he said as far as how last week played out. But it is interesting because everybody thought he'd jump right in after the Super Bowl, maybe even be a part of the Super Bowl coverage. Not happening.
Which just, again, it lends itself to him being discussed ad nauseum all season long.
Yeah.
Which maybe Tom likes.
Maybe he wants that.
Yeah.
Coming up, NFL Blitz is on the way. Panthers hired their DC. Brian Flores looks like he's getting some second interviews. 2 jobs are still open. There's a lot going on around the NFL outside of Super Bowl 57. We'll tell you all about it next.
interesting.
Thanks for making us your sports station.
Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
Getting ready for Super Bowl 57 all week long. Coming up in about 20 minutes, Solomon Wilcots is going to join us. And we'll talk about all things Super Bowl as we start to count down to Sunday. The line hasn't moved, by the way. Still 1.5. I don't know if it will, Mike, as the teams get out there, start working out. But at the end of the day, you know, I still think that Vegas is obviously trying to get action on both teams. And here's the thing. Does this just come down to you believing more in Patrick Mahomes than you are in Jalen Hurts?
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, he's got to, you know, I think most people out there say make him throw. They're going to make Hurts throw the ball at least 25 to 30 times, and you'll see what you can do. I know the Chiefs may be losing some of that explosiveness. I said, you know, they're going to they're going to miss Tyreek Hill. They didn't against the Bengals. Is this the game they missed Tyreek Hill? I know McCall Hardman is banged up now, so that may be a concern. But I'm with you. I think, you know, again, it's the Eagles certainly have got a great defense, and it's a better defense, I would argue, than the Chiefs. But you know, you know what you're going to get from Mahomes. Even if they were a 5-1 underdog, Mahomes is going to pull something out, as he did with a bad ankle. So that's why I think it's, again, we'll get into the nuts and bolts of this throughout the week, but I just feel, man, this one's going to come down to the last possession. I think it's going to be a good one.
I do too. And at least we hope so, especially if you are going to be at a Super Bowl party, because there's nothing worse than the game sucking, the food being gone, and you're like, the game's not any good. There's nothing worse. All right, coming up, Solomon Wilcots will join us. We're going to hear from Jalen Hurts and Patrick Mahomes here coming up as part of our NFL Blitz. Also, we'll get to Yeah Man, No Man. If you're just joining us, we've talked about it. We'll continue to talk about Kyrie going to Dallas to play with Luka Doncic and what it means for our Hawks. I mean, the bottom line now is, are the Brooklyn Nets better than they were before the Kyrie trade? Now, only time's going to tell, but if you say, well, they're not, then that means they're not going to be a top 4 team. Somebody's going to ascend, Mike. I think Toronto's going to be a seller at the trade deadline. You know, in the Eastern Conference, there are going to be some teams that improve and have a chance to move up here over the next 30 some odd games. Are we going to be one of those teams? And I'm saying it today. I think we got to risk it. If you're telling me we're going to stay pat, Thursday comes and goes, and you feel good about this being a championship caliber team, I don't feel that way. I know you're going to say, well, we'll get to playoffs, anything can happen. Look at the last few years. This doesn't feel like that.
No, it doesn't. I mean, I'm looking at all the different names you and I spoke about last hour, different free agents, different pieces, and I just feel, you know, other than the big athletic wing, you know, I mean, and that's another thing. If Nate just played the rookies, you might actually have some of those guys here on this roster, but you wouldn't know it, you know, and they continue to develop. So, Bogey, if you're going to move on from Bogey, you send the wrong message to the fan base. If you trade John Collins and you don't get the right stuff in return, you send the wrong message to the fan base. Then we will discuss, does this front office really know what they're doing? Can't speak to that just yet because, you know, everything sort of came as a revelation the last few weeks that, no, Schlenk was in no way involved with his team. No, he did not really think that he liked DeJounte Murray, but didn't want giving up all the things we gave up for him. And then you get into why John Collins, as you brought up last week, why didn't they consummate a John Collins trade when we had everything, all those rumors about Phoenix, for instance, right? All that stuff. Phoenix, by the way, apparently going to make a play for Brooklyn to get Durant out there. They wanted to do this earlier this summer when Durant wanted out of Brooklyn.
Yeah. And if that happens,
then we are moving up into the playoffs, into the play-in position if we can just put a run together.
Yeah. And the Suns become a much more viable championship team with Booker and Durant.
Right. And then they'll hold on. Paul,
DeAndre Ayton.
Right.
Yeah,
right.
They'll move on from Paul. But still, I think that's now you become a juggernaut out there in the West. We'll see. It should be interesting on Thursday. It's Dukes and Bell. Let's get to an NFL Blitz.
Welcome to the NFL. With news and notes from around the league, this is NFL Blitz on Dukes and Bell.
NFL Blitz brought to you by our friends at Priority Men's Medical Centers. Check them out at PriorityMen'sMedical.com. We were just talking about Jalen Hurts. Mike says, make him beat you throwing the football. We'll see what the Chiefs do, but here's Jalen Hurts talking about the opportunity in front of him.
We have a heck of an opportunity in front of us, and we've worked really hard to be where we are now. So to have the opportunity is something that you earn. We want to work really hard to take advantage of it.
They seem loose. Saw some footage of them leaving and having fun in Philly before getting on the plane, Mike, to head out to Phoenix. They seem like they're ready. I mean, as far as the emotional aspect of it, they don't seem tight. Philly doesn't seem like, oh, we've won all these games and now here's the moment. I don't think they're taking this on this way. Guys, I think the pressure's on the Chiefs. they're back in the Super Bowl again.
Yeah, and again, Andy Reid. Andy Reid, let's be honest, Patrick Mahomes has changed the narrative about Andy Reid in the postseason. He was the guy that could never win the big one, could never get to the big one for many years in Philadelphia. And then Mahomes, I got to be honest, Andy does some screwy things. That's part of the reason why they've lost some of those games recently at Arrowhead is how he manages the clock before the 2 minutes for the half at the end of the game. I think when you got a guy like Jason Kelsey, you're going to be loose no matter what. That Eagles team is loose. They've won. Still some guys in the core that won a Super Bowl back in the day with Peterson, so they won't be their first rodeo either.
No doubt about it. Let's hear from Patrick Mahomes talking about having prior experience of the week leading into the Super Bowl. Does it matter that you've been there? You know how to handle all of that stuff, Patrick?
Nice to have that experience before. I can teach other guys and help them along as well because even though it's the same team, we have a lot of new players, and so I'm excited to get these guys down there to get that experience. And at the end of the day, you want to win the game, so I just want to make sure those guys keep that in mind.
Okay. Well, listen, you've been there, you've done that, you know how to handle it. Tickets and the family and friends and all of that stuff that you've got to deal with this Super Bowl week. The media aspect of it, Mike, is tonight the night, Beau, that they do the media night. What do they call it? They changed it, right?
Opening night.
Yeah, they call it opening night.
Didn't they do that when we went to the Super Bowl?
Yes, down in Minute Maid, at Minute Maid Park.
That's right.
Yeah,
Opening night.
It's funny because over the weekend, and I didn't tweet it out because these memories are just too hard, but you and I with CeeLo at the big pep rally we had thousands of people from Atlanta in Houston, but all those things are on this date, back in 17, all started popping up on our phones over the weekend.
It did, yeah.
Everything was so great till end of, and those last 20 minutes.
Man, I was just so proud of how many folks came and showed out. They took the city over. We took the city over.
Everybody was pulling for us. Everybody. Everybody in Houston was pulling for us.
That was the thing, man. It was like, hey, ATL. It was just everywhere. Yeah. Anyways.
And then, years later, I'm playing craps at a casino outside the Steelers Stadium. I can't believe you let those guys off the hook. Because I went to that Steelers preseason game the next year. Unbelievable. Yes, we know. We're familiar with it. And it hangs around our neck like an albatross.
It was tough. Hey, Chris Lindstrom was at Pro Bowl weekend over in Vegas. We mentioned that the game was a flag football game. Players seemed like they enjoyed it. Okay, cool. But Chris Lindstrom was talking to ESPN, and he was just like, Mike, taking it all in.
What's up, guys? It's Chris Lindstrom here from the Pro Bowl. Just excited, about to kick off the event. Rise up.
Yeah, man. I mean, I want to see him do more of this. I want to see more of our offensive linemen. Can we get 2 and 3 offensive linemen? Like the Eagles. Can we get 2, like Lane Johnson and Kelsey? Right. Can we get 2 or 3 of our offensive linemen year in and year out, perennial Pro Bowlers?
Jake is that guy. He's just under perennial Pro Bowl level, solid, but, you want that guy. And we got one in Lindstrom. Maybe we get another. Maybe we'll have another guard. Maybe we'll find that guy.
Yeah.
Maybe we'll draft a tackle. Maybe we'll go, against the script in this draft. We mentioned earlier the injury issues. The Chiefs have activated Clyde Edwards-Helaire.
Okay.
And McCole Hardman is on the IR.
Oh, he's done.
So he's out. And I was asking you about, Tyreek Hill. Would they miss him? Didn't miss him last week. So it's Isaiah Pacheco, McKinnon, and Helaire, along with Ronald Jones. Pretty good bunch of options for Patrick Mahomes, both running and catching the ball in the backfield.
Yeah, and I was going to say, Mike, you could use all those guys.
Yeah, you can spread Pacheco, and they did. You can use Pacheco out wide. You can do the same thing with Clyde Edwards-Helaire.
Interesting. All right, Brian Flores is going to get a second interview with the Cardinals. Doesn't mean he gets the job. No, but the Cardinals are one of these teams. We're waiting to see who gets the Colts and Cardinals job. Everybody else is done, right? The 3 teams now that have hired their head coaches. Sean Payton, by the way, had his presser, had his orange tie on representing the Broncos. But, yeah, I don't know who gets the Cardinals job. If you're Brian Flores, you just want another shot at being a head coach. Right. But there are other guys that are up for the job. Giants offensive coordinator is up for it. I think the Bengals offensive coordinator, Brian Callahan, is up for it. There's some competition there. But, Mike, I got to be honest. Of all the jobs, I thought the Texans was the worst just because of the front office. To me, this is the second worst.
Well, I mean, you've got to find a guy who can get with, let's be honest, Kyler Murray and fix it. Because it's not, is it bad as Russell Wilson? I don't know. But remember, when things got bad, he's shouting at his own coach. He's kind of undermining the coach who was specifically brought in to make this thing run like a Swiss watch. Never really did. Got to one playoff game. So I don't know. I mean, you got to find a guy. I would think Callahan from the Bengals, based on the success they've had, would be the guy. Because you got to fix to really go defense, you really can't. Kyler Murray's the face. You gave him the big contract. It's kind of like the same argument when Fields in Chicago had a defensive coach, got hired over there. You got to go with an offensive mind here, don't you?
I think so.
Because normally it's you go from an offensive to you flip it. Like
yes.
You go from a player's coach to a hard ass. But in this case, I think you got to fix Murray.
Yeah, I agree. Hey, the Cowboys hired Brian Schottenheimer over the weekend. He's their offensive coordinator. He's not going to call plays. It's still going to be Mike McCarthy. But Mike,
bro, how uncompelling!
Schottenheimer?
How uncompelling is that? I mean, that's Brian Schottenheimer was here at Georgia and Seattle, and yuck. And a lot of folks, only time will tell. But a lot of people say McCarthy hasn't been doing this for a minute, and he's going to. I don't know. I think Jerry Jones is making a colossal mistake here.
Yeah.
Sticking with McCarthy, and then Kellen Moore was no great shakes. I see why he moved on. But this one, I don't know. This is a lot of meh right there, Carl, with a lot of weapons.
McCarthy saying, I'm happy to have Brian take on this key role, but he's not calling plays. But he's here with our organization, and he's been here, but he won't be calling plays. I mean, that's kind of how this went. You said it. Schottenheimer, he's kind of been all over the place. Was Jacksonville's passing game coordinator under Urban Meyer. Disaster. Yeah. And then you mentioned it. Seahawks, Colts, Jets, and oh, by the way, is the long-time NFL son of Marty Schottenheimer. Everybody knows that.
But if McCarthy's calling the shots, and I guess you got to fill this out. You got to have that office has to have someone in it. But what is he doing? I mean, is McCarthy sending for Dippin' Dots during TV timeouts? Run over to one of the suites.
Get me the ribs. Hey, I want the beef ribs.
I smell some great, delicious chicken fingers in that suite, that floor-level suite over there. I don't know. I just don't when these guys do these jobs and they're not actually doing the job. But real quick, in fairness to him, we've said the same thing about why Eric Bieniemy doesn't get a job or Byron Leftwich, whose stock is now because he's out. But when you have a head coach who's so linked with the offense, what exactly does that guy do?
Yeah, it's fair. But Schottenheimer is going to step in. And again, I don't know, Mike. That's a great point about what are his day-to-day responsibilities. Now, everybody's in on game planning, okay? It's not as if, like, Mike McCarthy or any of these coaches are in a room by themselves and then they walk in and go, hey, this is what we're doing this week. It doesn't work that way. So he'll be in on game planning. But game day, just helping, clock management, I mean, what are you doing?
Hey, a lot of folks are plugging Aaron Rodgers into Green Bay. A lot of talk over this weekend in Vegas and Aaron Rodgers reuniting with Devontae Adams after Devontae Adams left him to reunite with Derek Carr. Yeah. But the idea of Rodgers to the Raiders, I saw it this morning on Good Morning Football and NFL Network, and they were putting some stock into that. What do you think about that?
I think it sets up perfectly for Aaron Rodgers if he wants to do it. And, listen, Devontae became Devontae while he played with Aaron Rodgers, okay? He wasn't a scrub this year either. Go look at his numbers with Derek Carr. He put up numbers. It seemed like it got off to a slow start. But, Mike, if you're Rodgers, do you have more offensive weapons in Vegas? And is that offense going to be more potent and score more points?
Well, what's going to happen with Josh Jacobs? Because they didn't pick up his option.
No, they did not.
So he's gone, potentially.
Yeah.
Sounds like he's got some hurt feelings there.
Sure.
You got a good tight end. You got a good possession receiver. And, of course, you got Devontae Adams. So it's not, but still, I don't know. I mean, after all this talk, I bet he's still in Green Bay. And we always move him down the monopoly board, as we say. The Jets makes a lot of sense because of Nathaniel Hackett and their connection, but who knows?
NFL Blitz brought to you by our friends at Priority Men's Medical Centers. Check them out at PriorityMen'sMedical.com. Coming up, Solomon Wilcots is going to join us. We'll talk to him about all things Super Bowl. Who does he trust more, Jalen Hurts or Patrick Mahomes? Find out next on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
Dukes and Bell
is the best.
On Sports Radio 92.9, The Game.
Countdown to Super Bowl 57. Oh, can't wait till Sunday. Solomon Wilcox is here, Emmy Award-winning broadcaster. He's got a great podcast he does. He's doing so many things, and he's also going to tell us about Macy, that is, should I say, a treatment for folks that just like you that's available. But right now, I want to talk about the Super Bowl. And Solomon, it's good to have you back on the show, man. I was just asking Mike this question. I'm curious to know what you think. Does Sunday simply come down to who you trust? Is it Patrick Mahomes or is it Jalen Hurts? Because I look at this game and I'm looking at the line and I'm going, okay, I know what Patrick is about. I've seen him in this game. But as good as Jalen Hurts has been all season long, do you trust him in this moment to be as dynamic as he's been all season long?
Yeah, I to be honest with you, I trust them both. However, you and I both know they both go about beating you in different ways. Jalen Hurts with the design run game that allows them to really activate their entire backfield with the other running backs in Miles Sanders, Kenneth Gainwell, and Boston Scott. But Mahomes is the consummate conductor. Like if you told me if this game came down to the final possession, who could get the ball into the end zone and win it for their team, I think a lot of people, including myself, are going to weigh heavily on the side of Patrick Mahomes.
I know you did the podcast with Eric Bieniemy. We're going to talk more about him in a minute. But this offense and all the weapons, I was wondering, will they ever lose Tyreek Hill and miss him? But it seems like now you lose McCole Harbin. I think they have enough playmakers. I know they're getting Clyde Edwards-Helaire back, but they got all the weapons they need.
Yeah, look, I think they do have the weapons. And if you think about the lost production of one Tyreek Hill, you would think, wow, no way Mahomes is going to be able to come back the next year and throw for over 5,000 yards. No way they're going to be able to lead the league in scoring. We saw offensive production spike in 2022, even though they lose one of the most prolific and most explosive players in Tyreek Hill. Go look at the production, particularly in the passing game, next to the name of Jared McKinnon, and look at what he's done down inside the red zone. Look at how many offensive receptions for touchdowns that he's been able to score. You could see a lot of that production being moved to Patrick Mahomes being more patient, finding his running backs coming out of the backfield. In that way, I don't know that we're not talking enough about how the running backs match up with the Eagles linebackers coming out of the backfield in the passing game.
I know you do the Believe in Bengals podcast. I'm curious, do you think that the Chiefs defense can get after Jalen Hurts like they did Joe Burrow? Now, we know the Bengals were injured up front and, they were dealing with a lot of things. But, Solomon, are they capable of doing anything close to having Jalen Hurts running for his life like they had Joe Burrow doing his?
Probably not. I mean, let's face it, the Bengals are missing 3 of their 5 starters on that offensive line. This Eagles offensive line is formidable. I mean, they are the truth, led by Jason Kelsey. I think what happens is, if you would ask most defensive coordinators around this league, would you want to face the Jalen Hurts that when you force him to be a pocket passer and see if he could beat you, or do you want him operating in the RPO system in that run-pass option? They would say, oh, no, we'd rather him be back in the pocket. Even if he had time to throw, we like our odds. And I think the Chiefs are going to first have to stop the RPO game, that run-pass option that seems to keep defenses back on their heels. And I think if I'm Steve Spagnuolo, I'm blowing that up at the mesh point. While they're trying to read and react to what the defense is doing, I'm not allowing them to do that. I'm getting penetration. I'm trying to blow up the run-pass option and force Jalen Hurts to become a pocket passer. You and I both know he's gotten better at that. Right. I think he proved it at the start of the season. But he's gone 3 of the last 4 games without a passing touchdown. And so that's the area that I would be looking to thread the needle, forcing Jalen Hurts to become a pocket passer and prove that he can continue to do it on the biggest stage.
It is Solomon Wilcott's guys. Played safety for the Bengals, played in that great Super Bowl against the 49ers. Joins us here on the WaitFor.com hotline. Because there's the rub. Sirianni, this is his first rodeo. Not the first rodeo for Andy Reid as the head coach, but you're right. I think you look at this and you say, the Eagles, you kind of had a charmed path, Solomon. They didn't have to really sweat the Giants, and the 49ers game was pretty much over before it started, and this is going to be a 15-round fight, isn't it?
You guys are right. And look, I think if we were honest, even before the season started, we thought that the AFC was stacked, that was the gauntlet. And then as the season unfolded, you looked at the NFC and says, it's the Eagles, it's the 49ers, and nobody else. And by the time the Eagles got to the NFC Championship game, they're playing with their fourth quarterback. Now, the Eagles had something to do with that, but they knocked Brock Purdy out, their third quarterback of the season, and got to Josh Johnson, knocked him out. But you and I both know the Eagles have had less resistance in their pathway to the Super Bowl than, say, the Kansas City Chiefs. But here they are. It is a heavyweight fight. Both are number one seeds, and I don't know that any of us are questioning if they're the best team in their conference. And now we're going to have to see who can overcome the other. Will it be the AFC team that I think that had to go through a much more difficult road to get here? We'll see if that wins out on the big stage in this game.
Solomon Wilcott's joining us here on Dukes and Bell. Tell us about Macy and what it is and what it does for people.
Well, guys, imagine you're experiencing cartilage knee pain. You know, roughly 12 million people each year go to their doctor complaining about some kind of knee pain. About half of that, 6 million people, end up experiencing cartilage damage. Well, imagine that the doctor can go into your knee and perform a biopsy, pull the healthy tissue from your cartilage, place it on a cartilage membrane and grow it, and then put it back in to insert it in those areas that have been damaged. That's what the Macy procedure is all about by Vericel. You go to Macy.com, MACI.com to find out more. If you are experiencing cartilage damage, you're looking for a doctor in your area, ask them about Macy. You can go to the website, read up about it, and find a doctor in your area that performs the procedure. This is about getting weekend warriors back to going out and having fun and getting people back to their everyday lives, not to mention athletes being able to get back to competition and getting back on the field.
Like that. Yeah, that's part of the deal, man. You can't lose weight if you can't, move and do some cardio, do all that stuff. Take it from us.
That's right.
It is Solomon Wilcott's with us, guys, on the WaitFor.com hotline. You think this is going to be a high-scoring game, Solomon, on Sunday?
I do. I like both defenses, but I just think the offense and Patrick Mahomes, I think they're that good. I think both teams will be over 20 points for sure. If one team starts to turn it over a little bit more, I think they can find it difficult to hit 30, right? So I think both teams score anywhere between 20 to 30 points. If I had to pick a team that could score over 30 for sure, I think it would be the Chiefs. But I think both teams, think about it. The Eagles have scored 30-plus points in both of their postseason games and held their opponent to 7 points or less in both postseason games. So both teams are capable of lighting it up, but I see both scoring 20 to 25 points each, and that's the floor for both teams.
Solomon, before we let you go, I want to get your thoughts on Andy Reid. It's silly to say he's underrated or underappreciated, but he's been damn good in his career. And here he is in another Super Bowl. We never talk about Andy Reid like we do Bill Belichick. And I'm not saying that, we should based on the fact that Belichick has won a lot more Super Bowls. But consistency and winning, he's done that. He's been one of the most consistent, and he's won a lot of games, and here he is back in another Super Bowl.
He's a program builder, right, guys? I mean, he's done that. Both of these teams has the culture of the organization. The foundation for both organizations starts with Andy Reid. His 14 seasons spent in Philadelphia, I think Jeffrey Lurie will tell you, foundation of what they know to be the winning formula with the Eagles was started back in 1999 with Andy Reid. Since coming over to the Kansas City Chiefs, his 10 seasons playing, and running Clark Hunt's team, they've never experienced this kind of success or run of success ever in the history of the franchise prior to having Andy Reid come over. And now winning, going to 5 straight AFC conference title games, going to the Super Bowl now for the third time in the last 4 years. Andy Reid's got his fingerprints all over both of these franchises, and I think we should celebrate that. I think you bringing it up, I think it's very important, and I think it should not be ignored.
It is Solomon Wilcox with us, guys, here on the WaitFor.com hotline. Mentioned you spoke with Eric Bieniemy last week. If the Chiefs win this Super Bowl, because Bieniemy, he interviewed for almost everything. There's only 2 coaching jobs left. I would think Bieniemy with Mahomes, not to pigeonhole it, but wouldn't that be a nice fit in Arizona? But it seems like he's not even mentioned for any of these jobs.
Yeah, I think he'd be great fit for what Kyler Murray needs, right? I mean, you need a guy like him to help right the ship. I think whoever comes into Arizona, they're going to have to be able to rein in the quarterback, really help him to understand what the culture's like, what being a good teammate is like. And he's got to be a stakeholder along with the head coach of building something special. Eric Bieniemy is that kind of guy. He's that kind of force multiplier. And so we're hoping the best for him. But I think to your point, if the Chiefs win this Super Bowl, don't we have to start mentioning them as a potential dynasty? Don't we have to start mentioning this period of run of success with Andy Reid, Patrick Mahomes, and Eric Bieniemy as sort of this winning formula that cannot be denied? I think it'll be a phenomenal run, and they still have this future out there ahead of them where you're going to have to start to kind of mention them as the next dynasty in the NFL.
Great stuff, Solomon. Continued success, brother. Glad to have you on, and it's always good to hear from you. And check out Macy. Where can they find out more information again?
Yeah, go to www.macy.com, MACI.com. We appreciate you guys having me on. You guys keep up the good work. You do a great job.
Appreciate you, man. As always. Solomon Wilcox. He says both teams will score over 20 points. Mike thinks it's the last possession kind of game. Right. I mean, the build-up to this thing is going to be interesting. But he's right about the Chiefs. Listen, they've been to the championship game now 5 straight years. 3 of the last 4, they've been to Super Bowl. But he only got 1. So that's why I say the pressure's on. You're back. You got the best quarterback in the NFL. Mm-hmm. You're supposed to win this.
Right. And as we said, Andy Reid, and we just kind of give him a big – but Andy Reid sometimes gets a little tight in some of these big moments. How are they going to handle it? But you could also argue, even though the Sirianni coach has been involved in some of these bigger moments with the Eagles, this is now you're the dude.
That's
you're
right.
on the spot. You're the one who's going to make that big decision with the clock ticking down. And how do you handle your business? It'll be very interesting because Reid's been there and done that. You know?
Last time the Eagles won the Super Bowl, Patriots, Brady, they scored a lot of points, right? I mean, Brady threw for 500 yards in that game, and they lost. So Philly special and all that stuff. We'll see what Sirianni's got up his sleeve. Hey, coming up, Yeah Man, No Man's on the way. Beau's got double duty today.
Oh, it's a one-man gang, Carl.
Executive producing and our engineer behind the glass. We'll have Yeah Man, No Man coming up.
Hello.
It's Dukes and Bell.
Get your mind tuned in. Let's go be world champions.
On Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
I just saw this, and I just want to comment on it real quick. It's Dukes and Bell. We're going to get to Yeah Man, No Man coming up. We also will talk about what's going on around college football. Nick Saban wasted no time in getting his guys. That's on the way here at 4 o'clock. LeBron was quoted as saying, Mike, this is in the New York Times. He's chasing Kareem Abdul-Jabbar's record.
Right.
He's going to break it tomorrow. I think he needs 36 points. And he says, there are times I wish I could go do normal things. I wish I could go to Target, sometimes walk around Starbucks, have my name on a cup just like regular people. And it just makes me go, would you take $1 billion and be LeBron, or would you want to be a normal dude to just be able to walk around Target and, put your name on a Starbucks cup every now and then?
I'd take the $1 billion and have somebody go get me my Starbucks. Just me.
Yes, I agree.
Yeah, just me.
And I don't want to be a jerk because I get it.
Right.
When you lose all autonomy that you can't even be out in the streets, he can't. I get it. You're going to be bombarded. But there is something else that you can be on the other side of this thing, right? And so I saw that, and, it's going to be a celebration of LeBron and a celebration of the NBA and the scoring title and all, or not the scoring title, but the scoring record milestone and all that. But I saw that and I was like, really? Like all the things that I'd really like to go to Target sometimes, walk around in Starbucks. I've heard presidents say this, like you're in the office and then you leave and then you get back to being a regular person because people are not paying as much attention. I think when you're a sports star, it never goes away. Michael Jordan couldn't walk down Peachtree now. He just couldn't.
No, I mean, that is, as they say, the price of fame.
That is the price, Mike. All right, let's get to Yeah Man, No Man.
It's time for Yeah Man, No Man.
Kind of makes me wonder why the hell so many people are trying to tell me to slow down. Seems like we should be shutting the hell up and enjoying the show.
He's 6'1", not really, from Florida, Kennesaw State, and gives rapid fire questions. It's the executive producer of the Dukes and Bell Show, Beau Morgan. Brought to you by the W Sauce, America's Worcestershire sauce. Bigger, better, bolder.
All right, Beau, what's going on today, my man?
You know what, though? I bag on LeBron a lot.
Yeah.
I get it. I think some people don't. They just like that freedom to be anonymous, right?
Yeah, sure.
And when you haven't had it in the last, because you got to think about it too. It's not like LeBron was a nobody, went to college, made a name for himself. He was literally on covers of magazines when he was like 16, 17.
That's right.
So he's really never had it. He went from kid to in the public spotlight as a kid. So to his credit, if you think about it, he's done such a phenomenal job in the grand scheme of things with how, whether you agree with everything he said or things, all that, whatever. Dude's never been caught in a real scandal, and he's literally been. You want to talk about entitlement? He's had every right to grow up and be the entitled kid. And then you got
the chosen one, the Grant Wall article from SI to start the whole thing. Right.
So I actually, for once,
SquidBilly's right. You can't say anything about LeBron stubbing his toe in the public. I mean, and again, even when he did the decision, that still went to go help the Boys and Girls Clubs, which everyone forgets.
I agree. No, it's the way that he's handled his career, and it's easy for us to sit here and say this now, but having known some of these guys and been around some of these guys, and I'm not talking about even LeBron status, just, there's star levels, right? and he's up there, okay? When we talk about worldwide and recognizability and all that stuff. But here's the thing. If I said to you, I'm going to give you all of this responsibility, and I'm going to give you all of this money, and I'm going to give you all of this, and in 23 years, I don't want you to screw it up. And I almost dropped a bad word. Right. I don't want you to screw it up. Good luck. Most of us would. And he hasn't. He just hasn't. It's a great point, Beau.
Yeah, I mean, look, we thought Tiger was the same guy because he was until he wasn't. And then you found out all the skeletons in the closet, and then, it's just been a tumultuous last, 10, 15 years for Tiger.
And I do think to this conversation, we were talking about LeBron, and I saw a post where he was like, I'd just like to be able to walk around Target and maybe put my name on a Starbucks cup and walk around and be normal. And he's just talking about the normal things that we take for granted when you go do things. But Mike said it, there's a price. But, Mike, I do think, to Tiger's comment, don't you think he's back in the good graces of most people?
Yeah, I mean, look, if you're still hating on Tiger, that says more about you than it does him.
Yeah.
And again, his life's not perfect by any stretch, but, as Charles told us years ago, if you want to do the role model thing, prepare to be disappointed. But I'm with you. It's funny because years ago, when we're down in South Florida, not the Cleveland, News Cafe, right on Ocean Drive. And there was this dude, and I see this guy, I recognize this back like 2000, and it was Batistuta. He was a player of the year in soccer. If he's in Barcelona or in Rome, mob. And he's with his, very sexy late, I presume his wife. And I look over at him, and I go, hey. And he looks at me, and he goes, across the way. And I was like this. And I went like this. I got it. Because obviously in Miami, there's a lot of South Americans and Argentinians and Brazilians. So they noticed him. He was wearing a Nike hat. And he was down low. And it was kind of funny. It was interesting.
It is. I mean,
that was the player of the year in soccer.
Most stars, right? And again, this is just pure luck. And I know you got some things we got to get to, Beau, but you bring up a great point about LeBron. Dukes and Bell at Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. And he's chasing this record that's been around for 40 years, and I think he's going to get it tomorrow. But most stars, Mike, don't want to be recognized. Right. You've sat next to people first class. We've had these conversations. Right. And you recognize a movie actor or you recognize a famous singer, and they're sitting first class, right, if they're not flying private, and all of a sudden you're like, aren't you? And they may be cool and have a conversation, but they don't want the plane to know that they're on the flight.
I've been very lucky because SquidBilly and I love Formula One, so not everybody knows, but coming back from the Miami Grand Prix, I had Jensen Button sitting right behind me. And for those who don't know, Jensen Button was a Formula One champion, and again, drove for years for McLaren, and just a good dude. Anyway, and I'm sitting there, I go, yeah. And then he's chatting. We're talking about the race, talking about his career. And I was like Chris Farley, remember when you won that race in Montreal? And then I go down that rabbit hole, which is just what I think they're trying to avoid. But again, hopefully you have the common sense to cut it off after about 2 minutes.
Yeah.
And not be plaguing them the whole time.
That's the
which
thing.
I've got to filter myself and shut up.
If that ever happens to you, let them cue you. Don't be the jerk to be like, oh, my God, I got to call my mom. Hold on. Yeah. Let them be like, look, this is cool. We're having a conversation. Because sometimes they'll give you those vibes like, I'm just on the flight, and I really don't want to be bothered, but
that's
I appreciate it.
You and I, whenever we've talked about Squid's had this before, because guys go, yeah, so-and-so's a jerk. Yeah, again, there's 365 days in a year, and you don't know what's going on. So, again, these guys got to be bulletproof 24/7 and not have a life and maybe be in a bad mood. And otherwise, then, regardless, they get killed on social media.
Yeah, I mean, look, it throws you off. I know when I've been recognized around Woodstock before because of my voice, it's just like, hey, it just throws you off a little bit. I mean, what are you going to do? What are you going to do? I mean, what are you talking about? I'm serious.
I mean, SquidBilly was signing autographs in the square over there.
I go from street squid with the language I use there to nice to meet because now you go, okay, what have I said in the last 3 minutes that this guy didn't hear recognize my voice, and then when he did, what did I say? Like, am I in trouble?
So there's street squid.
Yeah,
street.
I didn't realize there was street squid cusses. I'm assuming.
Yeah. There's a new.
So do you wear disguises?
There's a new figurine coming out.
You have to wear disguises in your native Woodstock up there.
Yeah, man. I wear. Yeah, I mean, you dude, Mike. I'm telling you what, man. Everybody loves a squid. All right. Everybody loves a squid. So you guys just, this is one of the highest rated segments on the radio station. That's why we got 2 sponsors.
I understand.
That's true.
Yeah.
That's true.
Yeah.
So real quick. You know what? Screw it. I'm running the board. I'm the only producer. We can be as late as we want.
Okay.
That's also true.
I'm more important than the dog report anyways.
That's all right. I'll let Chris know when he comes back.
Debate that.
All right. You know what? Don't leave.
Okay.
Don't leave. Okay. Tough guy. That's what I'll tell him.
I'm going to let Turtle know that there's no clock integrity on this show.
You act like Turtle is my boss. May I remind you that I'm everyone's boss, other than Mike Conti.
I don't think so. Is Chris's burgeoning on-air career creating tension behind the glass?
Oh, that's a good question.
No, I love it. I'm happy for him, man. I'm happy for him. I really am. So, look. I want big things for people that put in the work. Unlike other people that came before me who didn't help people who put in the work, I'm going to help the people that put in the work. All right, enough shots taken.
I was going to say, you're taking a lot of shots
Well,
here.
you know what? I'm sure they're listening anyways. They got nothing else better to do. So Greg Williams and Trent Dilfer have a beef from the 2000 season, apparently. Trent Dilfer claims that Greg Williams stole the Ravens playbook and admitted it. Listen to this. Play it, Squid.
Okay.
After week 11, I go to Matt Kavanaugh. I'm like, Matt, you're not going to believe this. And my person stuff. I'm early. I stay late. I don't have my playbook. He's like, what? I'm like, I looked everywhere. You know, we got those big duffel bags. I had the same routine every pregame. I mean, there's no way I lost this playbook. I'm like, it got stolen in Tennessee. So we go out there for the playoff game. They're calling out everything. I mean, they know what we're doing before we're going to do it. And I never could really say anything about it. You don't play well. You don't want to use it as an excuse. Defense carries us once again. And I'm at an NFL function with Greg Williams probably 12 years ago. And he admits that he stole that sucker out of the locker room. And I mean, to this day, it pisses me off.
Wow.
I see Greg Williams somewhere, and he says, man, that must have been rough knowing that we had your playbook. So not only are you playing a great defense, but you're playing a great defense that has the answers to the test before the test.
Hey, man, all's fair. Now, here's the question. Does that get you into Patriot territory?
Yes.
That you're saying, wait
Yes.
a minute, that's dirty pool? Or if someone's dumb enough to leave that stuff out there unprotected, so be it. Like when Kyle Shanahan freaked out, we thought the playbook, which is apparently
iPad.
It's an iPad, but obviously there's safety measures and stuff, and it's but had the Patriots gotten it, would that have been all's fair in love and war?
Well, remember when we lost, that was the whole joke, right? That the Patriots had gotten the playbook.
I presume it's encrypted.
Yeah, I mean, listen, there's fingerprint and codes and all that stuff to get in it. But either way, man, to me, that's like the lowest thing you can do. Like that takes away from the competitiveness of what teams are striving to do. Like, here's the deal: if you're going to watch the Super Bowl Sunday,
right,
I don't want to know that the Eagles stole the Chiefs playbook and then they win the Super Bowl. I can't accept that.
Let me tell you something. First off, that's worse than what the Patriots did. That's worse because at least the Patriots had to film, watch, read lips. They had to decipher. You got the playbook, you most likely got all the audible calls.
Yeah.
You got the actual plays. If he checks to something,
Omaha.
Yeah, but sometimes they'll check anything you can hear. It's a complete. Greg Williams is a scum of the earth, by the way.
Well, I mean, for those who don't remember, Greg Williams is a guy that, again, he's got the look. He looks like he looks like a dirtbag. And he was a dude, remember, for those of Bounty Gate, amongst other things, and yeah, he's got that rep.
Yeah.
Yes, complete scum. I thought that was really interesting because I'm not a Trent Dilfer fan, but that was on ESPN's 30 for 30 that aired Sunday called Bullies of Baltimore. So I'm actually going to check it out now because now I'm like, hey, what else is in there?
No, it's really good.
But pretty good.
I'm halfway through because there was so much stuff on last night, and I just couldn't watch it all. But it is about the 2000 Ravens defense.
Right.
And unfortunately, I say unfortunately because Goose passed away, but he was a part of this before he passed. So they got these guys together. They got Ray Lewis and Rod Woodson.
And I love Syracuse. I know I never said people don't like Tony Syracuse. A good dude. We both spent time with him.
Great person, big personality. But they got all those guys together. And Billick. And they put them together, and they've got an audience, and they're talking about these moments of the 2000. And I'm halfway through, Beau. Unreal. Like, to me, it's already one of the best 30 for 30s that I've seen in a very long time.
Now,
Check it out.
Had you told me they stole the Giants playbook, that might make it easier for some Giants. But that was one of the worst Super Bowls of all time. That was with the Kerry Collins Giants team.
Yeah.
With Sehorn. They got smoked.
Yeah, Jason Seymour.
Yeah.
All right, guys. As always, Yeah Man No Man's brought to you by the W Sauce, America's Worcestershire sauce. Bigger, better, bolder. Get over to WSauce.com. Find a retailer near you. And hey, don't forget our friends at the Georgia Hemp Company and the GeorgiaHempCompany.com. Use the code SquidBilly10. You can get some CBD cream like Carl got earlier today, and like Ike got some dog treats. So don't forget, get over to our friends at Georgia Hemp Company. Squid, hit my music.
Man, he's taxed. This guy he's the ultimate multitasker. And again, if you see SquidBilly guys up there in Woodstock, approach with caution because,
Street squid
you may encounter. It could be ugly.
Coming up, Alabama finds their guys. And while they did it, they did something else. There was a cause and effect to this whole situation. We'll talk about it next.
for your drive home.
Nobody knows Atlanta like Brian Jordan. And B, it's good to have you back on, man. B, tell me where you got this yah-yah from, man. Give us the origin of this.
You know what? It's crazy, man. I just threw it out there one day, man. All of a sudden, the fans started picking up on it and liking it.
Before we let you go, just for our audience, man, you got to give me a yah-yah. Give me one, man.
Yah-yah, baby.
This is Dukes and Bell.
On Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
We embrace our people. Brian Jordan, friend of the show. Baseball's right around the corner. Pitchers and catchers going to report here in a couple of weeks, Mike. Less than that, actually, 10 days or something like that, 12 days. Either way, I'm excited about this Braves team, man. I am. Right. I know, again, we're all still,
Yeah. I know.
We're sobbing about not having Dansby Swanson around. But I still think we're going to have a really good team. And I was looking at the starting pitching. As a matter of fact, over the weekend, I was just looking at it. Max Fried loses his arbitration case over the weekend.
He won it last year, but lost it this year.
Yeah, and, again, Fried's going to get paid, okay?
But is he going to get paid here?
Oh, well, that's a good question. I mean, it depends, Mike. I think, he's done a lot. He ultimately was the best pitcher in our World Series year and finishes the deal. But, he wanted a little bit more than what the Braves were willing to offer, so they go to arbitration. Either way, he's going to make a lot of money. When it's all said and done, he's going to be one of the top pitchers in the league.
Yeah, and we heard Brian Jordan that from earlier this summer. As we know, that Chip Carey is moving on to the Cardinals to be part of that Bally Sports Network. I hope Tom Hart gets it. SquidBilly and I were just talking about it. I think Tom would be a nice piece. He's a good dude, but I know right now they got a lot of talented guys. Paul Bird to me is fun to listen to. I love Frenchie. They got a nice. I wouldn't mind him. I said this a few weeks ago when the Chip Carey thing came down. What about rotating guys in there? Hey, that Moylan be the first Australian play-by-play guy. Who cares? Have some fun with it. Not sure what they're going to do, but I don't imagine something about that will come down soon.
Yeah, listen, I think baseball is unique. Maybe I'm wrong about this, and Mike, it's not a bad suggestion. Listen, I don't know. I mean, we've seen these shows rotate guys, and we're seeing it more and more on television. But I think baseball, you kind of want to know your guy, right?
Right. That's the comfortable recliner you're slipping into. Exactly. It's that dude.
It's that sport where that's my guy, that's my broadcaster. I know I'm going to watch him or I'm going to hear him. But we'll see. I'm curious to see what they're going to do as well. It's Dukes and Bell, Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. We're going to hear more from our defensive coordinator, Ryan Nielsen, who spoke today to the media. We've been waiting to hear from this guy. I said it earlier in the show. I'll say it again. I'm impressed. Now, that doesn't mean we'll have a top 5 defense. Right. Doesn't mean we're going to have a defense that takes us to the Super Bowl. All that's got to be built out. All the work has to be put in. But I understand why he got the job. Because you interview all these guys, and then you're trying to figure out, does he fit? Does he want to do the things we like to do? Do we have the same philosophy? What about players? And you get a sense that him and Arthur are on the same page. But, Mike, he said a bunch of things today, including, we'll let you hear, he talked about Jerry Gray, who's coming in with major play-calling experience and now the title of assistant head coach, but he's going to help out in the secondary. And then he talked about Grady. He talked about Troy Anderson. And there's a lot about this guy. I'm talking about Ryan Nielsen that we're still going to have to figure out, but I like what I'm hearing.
Yeah, man, it's good energy, good attitude. And we also learned this weekend that Sean Payton was very interested in taking him with him to Denver. And that's obviously got, we kind of swooped in and grabbed him. So you'll hear what he's got to say. The other thing also is, and we'll get to this in the Falcon Report, the Saints' new hire for their defense is not very compelling, if I'm honest. So it's kind of a net gain of maybe 2. We took their defensive coach, and they hired a guy who's maybe not that good to replace him. So we'll see how it goes.
All right, guys, it's Dukes and Bell, Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. More with Ryan Nielsen coming up here in less than 10 minutes. You'll hear from our new DC. Right now, let's talk some dogs.
Dukes and Bell on the sidelines with the dogs. The Dog Report is brought to you by Engineered Solutions of Georgia, a proud partner of the Georgia Bulldogs.
Now, if you listen to this show every day, and I hope you do, you know it's not just about the dogs. It's always about college football and what's going on. And sometimes it's about your competition. And, Mike, this weekend it was about the competition because Kevin Steele leaves Miami, the U, to go back to Alabama. Now, this is a place he's familiar with. And you go, all right, so this is the guy that Nick Saban wanted as his defensive coordinator. Mike, I guess, here's the thing. Is this thinking out of the box, or is this just going with an old head that you trust?
Yeah, it's a little bit of that. I guess some Bama fans have been living in that, exalted national championship every other year kind of world. So they're a little underwhelmed. They were not exactly blown away by Tommy Rees either, but I think that's probably a more compelling hire. It's kind of like how Georgia fans, some feel about Stacey Searles. right?
Okay.
Because he's been around.
Yeah.
And Kevin Steele is kind of like, for the last 17, 18 years, he's strictly SEC for the most part. He's bounced around. He was at Auburn. He's a guy who's at Alabama back in the day. So he's an OG for the SEC. But some would say, by Saban standards, it's not the best, not the most compelling. I'll go back to that. Not the most compelling hire.
I feel you. And here's the thing. He's 64 years old. Again, experience is not the issue. He's been around, done it. But as he leaves Miami, Miami also loses his offensive coordinator. So, Mike, in a year where Mario Cristobal all of a sudden now is having to replace both his offensive and defensive coordinators, it creates a void for the U. And everybody thinks they're on the right path, at least getting back to, respectability and being a dominant program. It hasn't happened yet, but it doesn't help in your first year when you lose both your OC and your DC in the same offseason.
Get humiliated by your in-state rival. Also, the fact that, you got all these big, high-powered recruits that don't really look like they're all living up to the billing, to be honest with you. The Georgia Bulldogs still got to hope that Monken doesn't leave. There's really no news on the Monken front. Hashtag, what'd you say? Keep your hands off my Monken.
Yes, sir.
Got to get a copyright there. Put that on a shirt. Hey, one Georgia note, and this one kind of stinks. Marvin Jones Jr. is apparently banged up again. Nolan Smith and Beal are moving on, Carl, to the NFL. Dog Nation had the story from our buddy Connor posted this morning, but they're getting a little thin at the linebacker core. One of the linebackers left to go to Nebraska. You got a bunch of guys, as we said, leaving, moving on. Chambliss is coming back, but here's a dude who's been dealing with some health issues, and apparently now Marvin Jones, it's going to be interesting to see if he can hopefully be able to go and be healthy. Stay healthy is key.
It is. It's Dukes and Bell. It's our dog report. The other news today, it includes a former dog, but you're always a dog, and that's A.J. Green posting a short note on his Insta today, retiring after a 12-year NFL career. Special thank you to the University of Georgia, the Cincinnati Bengals, and the Arizona Cardinals for the opportunity to pursue my dreams. I've stayed true to the game, and it owes me nothing. I love A.J. Green. I've always liked his game. I thought he had a hell of a career, Mike. He says the next chapter begins, but he gives that big shout-out to the dogs. A lot of people didn't know how good A.J. Green was until they saw him in a dog uniform, and it gets back to having this elite passing game, right? You go back to all these guys that have been a part of it, including our own Randy McMichael, who've built this thing that you go, hey, we want more of that. And now it's kind of where we are. You've seen how dynamic the passing game can be. They're getting all the top-notch wide receivers they want. They're getting all the best tight ends they want. And a lot of that has to do with guys like A.J. Green.
Now, you could argue we had that conversation last week about Mike Bobo. Should he have had more than 23 touchdowns in his career at Georgia? And would that have led to perhaps more chances at another SEC championship and run to the big one, the national?
I believe he should have, but I also believe that as the game evolves, when you get into college, whatever's hot, was it hot to throw to a guy like A.J. Green as much or as they should have or maybe more? Mike, I thought they didn't go to him enough. I agree with you. I thought he should have had more in college, but that these guys would probably tell you that, right?
The problem he had was, it was no disrespect to Joe Cox, but Joe Cox was the gap guy.
Yep.
Because you had Matthew Stafford, and then later on Aaron Murray came on, and Aaron Murray, of course, led you to the 2012. By that time, though, he was gone in 2011. Him and Julio in the same draft. But A.J. Green, I remember being at that LSU game with Plops and the ridiculous celebration penalty in the end zone. But, man, A.J. Green was a stud, and cool that he gives the love back to UGA.
By the way, while we're talking about Green, you just mentioned Julio drafted in that same draft. Is it time for him to call it quits?
You know what? When he was healthy, I mean, he had a big diving catch against the Cowboys. He had some big, individual moments, but you can count them on one hand.
Yeah.
At this stage.
Yeah.
But hey, I'm not going to tell the guy when to shut it down.
No, guys know when their body has had enough and they're mentally not in it. It kind of is what it is. I would never say Julio quit now unless he was a shell of himself.
Right.
Like a ball hits him in the chest, Mike, 3 times in a game, and he just completely, blows the catch.
No, he's still showing some athletic. I mean,
he is.
He can still pop. That was the thing. He had one great game for the Titans. He had one good game for the Bucks. But that's where you're at the stage of his career. Guys are always hitting us up. We should bring Julio.
No.
Come on.
No.
For $900,000, sure.
Yeah.
It's not the way it works.
Yeah, that's the problem, Mike. He's still commanding $3-4 million. I think he made $3 million with the Bucks this year. Either way, just something to think about as A.J. Green steps away. All right, when we come back, what did our new DC have to say about Grady Jarrett? You will want to hear it coming up next on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
It is Dukes and Bell on a Monday. Enjoy this beautiful weather. As we've been crying about the weather for the last week. It's raining and it sucked. And today it's been really, really nice out. Mike and I were just talking about the Super Bowl. All week we're going to have guests on throughout the week. Colin Wilcott stopped by earlier, said he thinks both teams will score over 20 points. He does not believe that the Chiefs' defense will be able to get to Jalen Hurts like they did Joe Burrow, because Burrow had a broken down offensive line, and it played a huge role in the AFC Championship game. But you were just saying you think it comes back to the Chiefs.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I started off strong. I was the leader for a while. Then you dominated the last quarter of our pick segment this year. But, I got to get back, man. I lost too much. Again, here's the worst scenario. I lost too much money in December and January, so I just called my guy.
It's been tough. It's a tough football season.
I think it may go back to the Chiefs. Right now it's the Eagles as a 1.5, but I locked it in. I got the Chiefs getting 1.5 today, so my bet's in.
Yeah, well.
But I kind of counted out Patrick Mahomes and that bad ankle against the Bengals, and we know how that turned out. So, and then is Jalen Hurts going to be up to the task, because they will try to take it away? As you said, Will Cox thinks he's still going to make it happen. Either way, I think we're going to get a great game. But I don't know, man. I'm going to go with the big Kool-Aid man and Patrick Mahomes.
Well, they got to do something to neutralize that D-line, and it's going to be a big task. It's something we'll talk about all week long. Let's talk about our D-line, because our new defensive coordinator, Ryan Nielsen, spoke to the media today for the first time. He was hired, immediately left and went to Vegas. He was out there with the coaching staff for the East-West Shrine game. And, Mike, the thing that he talked about today and he was asked about is, how do you reshape this defense?
Well, the most important thing is there's some good players here. And so however that player looks, we're going to find a fit. And wherever that fit is within the system, we'll make that work. It's a player's game. And there's a ton of different ways to do it. And so, if he's a little bit undersized or a little bit bigger or whatever the case is, the player, we'll find somewhere in the system for that player to fit.
Thank you.
Bingo.
Thank you. Give me the best players and let me figure it out. I've said this for years. Oh, well, we can't draft him. I mean, we already got one of those guys. Screw that. Give me as many of those guys as you possibly can, and then let me figure it out. Ryan, thank you so much. Because if he would have came in here and Mike said, well, we need a certain kind of guy, 6'5", 340 pounds. If he doesn't fit that, it's going to be hard for him to fit this defense. I don't want to hear that. I want guys that can play, and then let's figure it out.
And that was the great Thomas Dimitroff, remember? Well, we have our own metrics that we use and we apply. Yeah, let's overthink it. Get the best freaking players. Now, whereas sometimes the rubber hits the road a little bit differently than people expect, is a guy can be a stud in the NFL, and he was nothing in college, or he just didn't pop, and maybe he's the right size and the scheme, etc. Sometimes a guy can be a stud. Like, I know a lot of guys last week, SquidBilly and I were debating with some folks on Twitter about Nakobe Dean.
Yeah.
Undersized.
Player.
But he had the chest, he had the pectoral injury, but he's undersized, and that's why he fell to the third. And eventually, when he can crack the starting line with the Eagles, maybe he will have an amazing NFL career. But purely on what they saw at the Combine, and this is where some guys say, well, they got it wrong, Nakobe Dean will be better. Troy Anderson's already had a bigger impact in the NFL. Troy Anderson had like 60-some-odd tackles, popped on special teams. And again, I'm with those guys. Initially, I was like, why didn't we just draft Nakobe Dean? There's a different set of things you're looking for the NFL. Sometimes the great college player doesn't translate to the NFL. Maybe Nakobe Dean will. But Anderson was one member. A lot of guys kind of, what's that about? He's doing a hell of a job this year. How does he fit? I'm curious to see is this the guy where he really reaches full potential in a Ryan Nielsen defense, where he can really let this guy go sideline, which he was doing anyway. Sideline to sideline, making plays, rushing the passer.
Yeah, it's a good point. Let's hear what Ryan Nielsen had to say about Grady Jarrett.
Explosive, tough, disruptive, penetrator, a pass rusher. And there's definitely a place for a guy like that. Definitely a place. So I'm excited about working with them for sure.
All those traits. It's funny, Mike and I are sitting here laughing because he's like, explosive.
I don't think anytime you use penetrator in a sense, it gets people's attention.
Oh, I think so. It's just one of those words. But he's right. We know this. And they paid Grady. And Grady's not the problem. you don't come in, okay, and turn the tape on, Mike, and go, he might be a problem. He's not the problem.
No. Now, the guy that was good and helped out was Taquan Graham, but he got a little banged up.
Yep.
But, we need to go get that. I mean, you look at the Eagles, and everyone's going to be comparing the Eagles. If the Eagles win the Super Bowl, that'll be what everyone will say. They've got what the Giants had those 2 Super Bowls when they beat the Patriots.
Mm-hmm.
They've got that rotation. They've got guys, man. I mean, you see it. Jordan Davis is, he's part of that group because Fletcher Cox and Hargrave, they got dudes. And they got dudes who come in for dudes. We got guys.
They got dudes on top of dudes.
We got guys who came in. Their football card was like 6 teams in 5 years.
Yeah.
Those were the guys we were rotating on defensive line.
And
so that's why we got to change that.
Well, that's been part of the issue, though, right? I mean, honestly. All right, what about Troy Anderson? Mike brought up Troy Anderson. It's Dukes and Bell at Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. More with our defensive coordinator. And what's the plan, which we'll get into for Terry Fontenot at 5 o'clock as part of our Falcon Report. We will also get back into the Kyrie Irving trade, guys, which happened over the weekend. And it means something for our Hawks now. They'll play tomorrow night. They'll finish up this West Coast road trip. Coming back, they'll play the Pelicans, and then they get the Suns Thursday. Mike and I will be down at State Farm Arena for that game on Thursday. But let's hear what our DC had to say about Troy Anderson.
Yeah, so sometimes, comparisons with players I try to stay away from. That's not fair. But he has the skill set. He's big. And I know, talking with Troy, we got to get him in the building, and I haven't worked with him, like Grady. I have more exposure to Grady than Troy. And so, but I am excited about this particular player. Like, there is definitely a place. He does a lot of things. His skill set allows him to do a lot of things that fit certain things that we're going to want that position to do. All right. I'm being very general here. All right. So, but yeah, and he's been awesome. Like, I've had 3 or 4 conversations with him already, and he's back at home and just kind of getting to know each other. So that process is going well.
Have you ever worked with Jerry before?
Never worked with Jerry. I work with people who work with Jerry.
Yeah, talking about Jerry Gray, they brought in working with a secondary, primarily amongst other things, and as assistant head coach.
Isn't that was a long soundbite about Troy Anderson?
I'm telling. That's why I mentioned it, because I think he really likes. I think Troy Anderson can be a little secret sauce.
And he said Troy's back home on the ranch. But they are getting to know each other. We like the attitude of Troy Anderson, and I like the fact that they gave him a lot more playing time. Here's the thing about Dean Pease, and we may not realize this until this year, to Mike's point, if he pops. When Pease realized, like, Michael Walker wasn't playing well, he didn't waste time. He was like, Anderson's in there, right? And Troy Anderson was playing a lot more, which may benefit us this year. Right. So more with the DC and Ryan Nielsen. But I like the fact that he talked a lot there about Troy Anderson. That's interesting.
Yeah, I mean, that's a guy you can build on. The big question is, how does Ryan Nielsen elevate Ebikete's game and get Ebiketie to where he really, now he's a 9 or 10 sack guy that's really having an impact in tackles for loss?
Okay, so if you believe that he helped Cam Jordan and, God forbid, Marcus Davenport and Onyemata on the D-line for the Saints with their pass rush. And by the way, Chuck Smith's already a big fan, right? When this hire happened, he liked it. Yes, thank you. So I have to believe that that's what's going to happen here, Mike, that you have somebody that wants to teach it, preach it, and then have it executed. Not somebody who just says on your own time, hey, work on that, and I hope you get better. I think that's what may change here with our D-line and our young guys, because they're still relatively young.
Now, the thing with our defense, I mean, I don't want to get over nerdy with schematics, but because...
Go ahead.
It looks, we always get guys on Monday, right? They call in, damn, man, that prevent defense. No, it's a cover. It was a version of a cover 3. There's a lot of moving parts. But one thing for sure, when you don't get blitz, the quarterback can sit back. When you get pass rush, it doesn't be a blitz. When you get no pass rush from your down lineman, quarterback can sit there, pat the ball, which they did, and pick you apart in the zone. And I think most Falcon fans, I think I'll speak for you on this, I'd rather go in with my hair on fire, blitzing, sending corners. And later in the season, we send more corners, more safeties. Here's what he said today, and I love this. Ryan Nielsen, quote, everything we do, we're going to attack in all phases of the defense. Attack! So that's what I mean. Now, yeah, everybody wants to dazzle at the first time speaking with the media, but if you have a mindset and you're going to be, I want to dictate the tempo from defense. How many times have we just taken body shots, Carl, all day long? And that's not on Dean Pease, because he had to work with a bunch of average players, let's be honest, guys on one-year deals, etc.
Yeah.
If you can draft right, free agent it right, I love the attitude if he can implement it.
Saints had 42 sacks in 2017, 49 the next season. They ranked 3rd in sacks in 2019. Can we live in that world?
Right.
If we're living in that world, we're going to have a lot of success defensively, okay? They were 8th in 2021, 5th this season. You're telling me that they've been top 5, 4 or 5 out of the last 6 seasons? I can live with that, Mike. That changes our whole makeup of what our team could potentially be. Now, again, I want to get carried away because he had players. We haven't had a Cam Jordan. We hadn't had that kind of player. So we'll see how it develops, but I do like what I'm getting, and it seems like he wants to teach, which is something that I think we've been lacking, especially on the defensive line.
And they drafted guys like Lattimore. Remember him?
Oh, yeah.
And, he's been uneven later, but he was a pro. I believe he was a Pro Bowler his rookie season. If not, he was all rookie. But guys like that in the secondary, just finding some dogs, man. So how much of this, we're going to draft it, we're going to do it through free agency, but a guy who's going to bring a mindset, which I love. And I just think Dean Pease, guys, I know some folks, and I loved his attitude, and I think some folks said, man, he's sure talking a lot for a bad defense. His resume was very impressive.
It was.
You just got to consider, I think, I'm not trying to insult some folks. Well, I will. Some folks think it is a Madden game, but it's not. You got to have the pieces. Carl just laid it out. We did not have those bodies. Now we hope they can build it, and then we got a guy who knows how to use it.
Yeah. And Dean came in and he was like, I'm going to defend my guys. And the only time that I disagree with Dean Pease is you're preaching how good the defense was when statistically we weren't a good defense, right? And you're telling me, oh, look, the sky is yellow and it's blue. I mean, that's what he was trying to tell me about the defense when he was like, look, we're doing a really good job. No, you weren't. We were giving up more points and more yards than anybody in the NFL. But he was trying to defend his guys because he knew he didn't have what he needed. Either way, Ryan Nielsen takes over. All right, more on him coming up in 30 minutes. Mike, what do we got in Guy Talk?
All right, man, everything you ever wanted to know about a Chinese balloon. All the details have come out and why we didn't shoot this thing down. How many times they've been sneaking these things over. How do you sneak something that's 200 feet big? It's gigantic. They got all the details, so I will satiate your balloon needs, Carl, coming up next. But wait, there's more. Every woman in the world wants to sleep with Harry Styles, so why is he got to dress like a woman? We'll talk about it. Coming up with the Grammys next.
let's go.
Back to more Dukes and Bell.
Are you ready? On Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
It's time for fun. It's time for guy talk.
Never mind.
It's time for shenanigans.
Yeah, buddy. On a Monday, brought to you by our Dukes and Bell Heyman Ale. Don't forget, guys, we're on Twitch. All the cool kids are on Twitch or maybe on YouTube as well. Jason, our guy's doing a great job. Jason's producing so you can watch us on Twitch or even on, YouTube and just punch in 92.9 The Game, Atlanta, and you'll find us.
Listen, it's cool. Jason's doing a great job, and he's making us look amazing.
All right, how amazing were the Grammys last night? Because you know me, full disclosure, I'm not a big fan of award shows, but from what I've read, and I've read about everything I could and watched some of the highlights, it seems like the show was not too bad last night.
Yeah, here's the deal for me. One, I have a teenage daughter. Two, I like to be up to date with what's going on with pop culture. And I still listen to popular music, even though I think, Mike, when you get to a certain age, like when you get in your 40s, you start to realize you're listening to stuff that you listen to in your 20s and your 30s because that's your music. Right? That's just your life. And last night they did a celebration of 50 years in hip hop. And I tweeted this out. I remember when the Grammys wouldn't acknowledge hip hop. Like there was no awards. All this stuff like before the show, such and such won. They wouldn't even do that. Okay? So to see all these artists come out last night, and my wife looked at me and she said afterwards, that was pretty cool. And I said, you know why? Because it's our life. Like the last 50 years, hip-hop has influenced our culture, our life, our language, all the things in such a way. So from that standpoint, it was cool. I didn't watch the show in detail to say I was judging certain artists, but I know, Mike, the criticism was out there.
Yeah, and some folks said Beyonce, when she ever going to get, I guess, Record of the Year, which she didn't get, but she's got everything else. She's won a ton of awards, and it's kind of funny. She was late, apparently, getting to the awards with LA traffic. And then there was a lot of memes out there of Ben Affleck with J-Lo, and Ben Affleck looking bored out of his mind at the awards.
I'm just here for you, honey. I'm just here for you.
So I saw this stuff today because I subscribe to a bunch of the Variety and the Hollywood Reporter, and I was talking to my wife about this, and I said, look, I get it. Harry Styles is like one of the most recognizable superstars in the world right now, and again, these guys, fashion is a big part of the new Hollywood, and they want to wear what they wear. I mean, can't you just wear a freaking regular suit for crying out? He was wearing a camisole last night. When he's wearing, I mean, I get it. That guy can wear a burlap sack, and every girl on the planet will jump his bones. But for God, can't you wear an Armani suit? Just wear a freaking suit. The hell, man. And then some people, though, again, I didn't watch, so I have to defer to you. But a lot of people said it was a rather listless performance by Harry Styles.
So here's the deal, from what I understand, and I'm not. Don't get me wrong here. I'm not the biggest Harry Styles fan, but this is what I understand. And my daughter actually went. I think he came in concert. She went to see him with some friends. And you're right, he's huge. But he's known for this gender fluid fashion.
That's the phrase.
Okay. That he says and he feels like icons before him, like David Bowie or Mick Jagger did. And this is what he's saying. And then, for the first time, he's kind of opening up about his sexuality, which leads to the dress, Mike, okay? Right. So when you see him in these outfits or these costumes, that's what this is all about. And people are saying it's cool. They like it. And then you have that other side that says, what are you wearing and what are you doing?
Again, it's a free country. You can wear whatever you want. I'm saying it's also a free country. I can say you look like an idiot. You know what I mean? So, but again, I understand that's the motivation behind it. And that's awesome. And if there's folks out there that are dealing with things in their personal life and they look at Harry Styles and say, that's a guy that I can say, oh, you know what? I can do this. I can embrace my inner self and I can express. That's great. But I don't have to watch it. So I looked at it, I go, what the are you wearing, dude? But that's his thing. Who also does that is, who's the star of Dune? Timothy Chalamet, he's always wearing as you said, sort of gender-bending kind of stuff. Well, which Bowie started back in the 70s, if you're taking the lineage of it.
The term that they're using is again, queer baiting, which means you dress a certain way, but you don't claim to be that. And that is why I think some people get upset about Harry Styles. And so he's recently come out and said, hey, this is what's going on with my sex life. And he's openly talking about it for the first time. But to your point, you want to talk about it, you got to talk about it. And you got to go down this road of what's going on and why Harry Styles is doing what he's doing.
So the Grammys last night, the other thing that apparently was big, Bonnie Raitt wins an award. Some people were saying, I didn't know Bonnie Raitt had a song out, which is kind of gets you to the weirdness of how you can picked some of the songs which she was going up against, which everybody on the planet knows, which, again, Bonnie Raitt's a tremendously talented artist.
Unbelievable.
But this goes back to why I always beef about, judging one piece of art over another. But that's what they do at the Grammys.
Yeah, listen, I for the parts that I watched, because I told you I was watching this Bullies thing for the Ravens too, but for the parts that I watched and the ones that I wanted to see, it was okay. I mean, I enjoyed what I was looking for, which was I wanted to see how they were going to celebrate 50 years of hip-hop, who was going to perform, what that was going to look like. Questlove was involved. I enjoyed that aspect of it. If you asked me about the intricacies of all the jokes and all that stuff, I didn't watch that closely.
Right.
That's what I watched for last night.
But again, generally getting better than reviews than not. The only thing with people, everything I've read, now again, I'm deferring to you, was apparently they had like group conversations of fans of the band extolling the virtues of why this artist should win the award. A lot of people said that was terrible.
I did see that. And so, for example, you had an Adele fan, right? Okay. And it was, here's why Adele's going to win the album of the year or song of the year. And they lay out all of the stuff that they feel like Adele not only means to them as an artist, but what their music means. And you had that for Beyonce. You had it for Bad Bunny. You had it for every artist that was, nominated, Coldplay. Right. So that was the roundtable discussion. And Mike, it was with fans and not necessarily music people in the business.
Gotcha. Okay. That was one they said they'd probably, if they're going to do it next year, that's one they could probably leave on the cutting room floor. All right, buddy boy. It was Friday's show. In the middle of the show, you turn to me and say, there's a giant Chinese balloon floating over Montana.
Yeah, because it freaked me out because it popped up on my, big news alert, hello, something big is happening. And I'm like, what's happening? It was a big deal. It was a big deal.
So a lot of controversy now. Why didn't we shoot the thing down? Because it was loitering over where our missile bases are in Montana, where there's nothing up there in the Dakotas. And so couldn't you conceivably have shot the thing down there when the biggest risk would have been to the lives of prairie dogs?
That's what I thought.
I got to be honest with you. There's a lot of wide open spaces out there. But they're just like when Skylab was falling back to Earth, you knew exactly where it was going to fall. So, hey, everybody in a 100-square-mile radius.
That's right.
We're going to shoot this thing down. Anyway, now there's stories that are coming out that apparently they've done this before, and then it gets political, of course, because it may have happened under a previous president. So now the Chinese are always pushing poking the bear.
Well,
or poking the eagle in this case.
Well, here's the deal.
And the Russians too, but the Chinese, this is their thing.
They have done it before.
Right.
They just haven't told us.
Correct.
Okay? So this comes out, and now we find out, and we're like, whoa! Because I think most Americans felt like, okay, kill it now, shoot it down.
So the thing was 200 feet tall, which is slightly, I'm a big fan of Richard Branson documentary, was just on HBO.
Yeah.
Slightly smaller than the balloon they used to transfer across the Pacific.
Still big.
Gigantic.
It's
and
huge.
What makes this interesting, they had a payload that weighed thousands of pounds, and it was about the size of a small airplane, like one of those regional jets. That's how big this thing was. So apparently the military, they're the ones that said, no, we're not going to shoot it down. We'll wait till it gets over the ocean. Then, of course, they blew it to bits over once it got over South Carolina. But a lot of people going crazy, and the memes were nuts. They had it carrying boxes of Chinese food. You had all sorts of other Can't do the Chinese accent because somebody will complain. But anyway, Carl, a lot of folks had memes. A lot of memes were popping on the balloon. The other thing is, can't we now return fire, as it were? Can't we use the Rocky and Bullwinkle from the Thanksgiving Day parade
and send it over?
Right? And send it over there, and then just to mess with them. Why don't we mess with them? Why are they always messing with us?
So here's the deal. How do you know we're not?
I hope we are. They're always trying to steal our technology. Those, again, by the way,
how do you know
I'm
we're
talking about Red China's leadership, not Chinese people.
Well, this is the deal, Mike. I think this is stuff that goes on all the time.
Right.
And again, because we found out about this one, how many more times have we not known about balloons flying over and people going, it's a UFO?
Right.
Just think about it.
I'm telling you, man, we should get Rocky and Bullwinkle, Garfield, Underdog, send them all to China, Carl, and let them float around over there over some of their military installations, see what's going on. See how long they wait to blow this stuff up.
Apparently, Rocky and Bullwinkle are flying over Chinese airspace as we speak.
All I could think of was the movie, what was it, War Games with Matthew Broderick. And I was thinking of Barry Corbin, the general, chewing his red band. All right, get the assy bams warmed up in the bullpen. Like NORAD or somebody would have seen this before it got to Montana.
He played that role excellent,
He
didn't
really did. Hey, what did you think of the Pro Bowl? We talked about it to start the show. A lot of people are saying, look, you can't have guys playing football 3 quarters because someone's going to get hurt. So I guess the best we can do is flag football. And the guys seem to be having fun. And if the athletes are loose and having fun, I don't know about playing dodgeball and water balloon toss, but what did you think of the Pro Bowl weekend in Vegas?
Better than it was. Now, it's never going to be what it was. We're never going back to tackle football and guys blowing each other up. It's just not. The money is too much now, and guys are not going to risk being hurt. But I got to tell you, the way they started playing in that flag football game, it got serious. Like, it picked up. The intensity picked up. You saw guys, like, going at each other. And my point is, and I don't hope this or wish this on anybody, Mike, but when you play like that and you got guys still pushing on you and trying to grab flags, you can still blow out a knee.
Yeah, I mean, there's really no way. We saw famously Robert Edwards in the beach in Hawaii. Remember that was in the old days of the Pro Bowl. They had a sort of a goofy football game. He blew his knee out. It was never the same. Former Georgia running back. Either way, people are saying, it wasn't the worst. Some people said, I can't watch this. It's just too goofy. And then finally, Tom Brady. We'll talk more about this in the headlines at 6, but Tom Brady is going to have a gap year between his NFL career and then starting for Fox. So another year of Greg Olsen and Kevin Burkhardt as the number one team. A lot of people saying this will lead, as we did, to immediate speculation and all through next season, as soon as a high-profile quarterback goes down, that Tom Brady will be called to the rescue. And will that happen?
A good chance that it could. That's Guy Talk. Coming up, more with our defensive coordinator, Ryan Nielsen, as he talked about art and his relationship, along with what is this defense going to look like. It's coming up as part of our Falcon Report next.
Most listened to sports talk show for your ride home.
What?
It is time for the Falcons Report.
Guns it. Caught. Touchdown Atlanta in the end zone. Caught. Touchdown. You shall not pass.
The 5 o'clock Falcons Report.
Oh, my heavens.
The 5 o'clock Falcons Report is brought to you by Jack Daniels. Make it count. Jack Daniels, please drink responsibly. And sponsored by MD Anderson Cancer Center on Dukes and Bell.
We are Dukes and Bell. We start off every day and every hour by saying, hey, man. We're not only on the Twitch, but we're also on YouTube. If you want to go check it out, you can see what's going on during the show. Two good-looking guys, two studs that you can view at your leisure for 5 hours.
I got to be honest.
Who would want to do that?
Yeah, it is tough doing 5 hours of radio, sucking in your stomach every
It's
time
tough.
the camera's on.
Yeah, well, why do you think I wear
girdle? I wear girdle. We did hear the audio earlier today, and I think you and I were talking off there. Just full disclosure, I don't know anything about Ryan Nielsen other than the stats. The statistics of the Saints. But I got to be honest with you. You and I said I liked everything I heard today. If that matters, right?
Yeah, I when I heard the presser earlier today, I was listening before the show started. It happened around 1:30, whatever, and I was listening in. And bottom line is, I think he's got a plan. Part of the sell job when you're doing these interviews, and I was saying this to Beau. I've talked to a lot of guys over the years who said, I went in and I did something wrong. And you go, what did you do? Right? And this is why these coaches take the interviews, because it's a process. You may screw up the first one, and you go, why did he get the job? You may have been ready, but the interview didn't go right. And so they go, I go, well, what'd you screw up? And he goes, they asked me, and I'm just as generally speaking, but I've heard this from various coaches, and they go, they asked me, well, what is it that you want to do here? You don't know our personnel, but what would you do? And he said, one of the coaches said to me, well, I went in and I said, I think we can. And I said, well, what's wrong with that? And he goes, I didn't say this is what we're going to do. I wasn't direct enough. I wasn't present in the moment enough to say, not only am I willing to come here, but here's what we're going to do and here's how we're going to do it. Not, I think we might be able. And, Mike, you hear these phrases and you go, what's the big deal? I want to know that you're confident in what you believe in. And I think Ryan Nielsen is confident in coming to the Falcons and believing in what he's already been able to accomplish. It's the small things. It's the details. And I'm going to let you hear what he said about Coach Art. But, Mike, I think Art's that way. When Art got this job, I don't think it was because, my dad.
Right.
He came in and said, here's what I want to do. And this is what we're going to do. We're going to run the football. Yeah, whatever. Guess what? We were third in the league in running the football. We're going to develop a culture. I think they are. So you start to see these things. It doesn't happen overnight, but I think you got to know what you want to do, and that is what I hear from Ryan Nielsen.
Now, again, guys, 2 years in a row of winning 7 games is not going to get many fan bases all fired up.
Agreed.
But if you're not from Atlanta and you only watch, you see this team when you see them playing your team somewhere else in the country, you don't know about our salary cap hell. You don't know. All you know is we blew a Super Bowl and we haven't been back in 5 years. This was the year we knew this was happening. But this now that year's over, okay? Once that Super Bowl is over on Sunday, most Falcon fans agree, and for most of the work's already started. This team has to go to the playoffs this year. And I just want to get in there at 8-8 and get smoked. I mean, I want to see this team do something. You see individual players pop. What really killed me last year was not having Kyle Pitts out there, and especially not getting to see what Pitts would have done with Desmond Ridder under center. But Pitts, you know what you got with Algier. We talked today about, again, a good young linebacking core, perhaps. We'll talk more about making these pieces work. But anytime you get a defensive coordinator come in and says, we're going to attack, in all phases of the defense, attack. Please, now go stock the shelves of the draft picks and the free agents, and let's start attacking people.
When we talk about this plan, and we're going to get to the sound bites here, but when we talk about the plan, I think this is important. In Falcon Nation, Falcon fans, I want you to hear this. In 2008, we got a new coach. We got a new quarterback. We got a new GM. Many of you may not even have been here, but you were coming off of arguably the worst transition for a football team franchise ever with Mike Vick. You got a new coach, a new quarterback, and a new GM. You know what they did? They went to the playoffs. My point is, it's possible. It can happen, and we've already seen it happen here. Now, the difference is Terry Fontenot and Coach Art have already been on the job since 2021. So we're not getting a new coach and a new GM. But we are, in essence, in a very similar position, Mike, because now we can go spend and acquire talent to help our team. Winning is realistic. It is not unrealistic to turn around next year and say, oh, well, Dukes and Bell, y'all are living the dream, man. I don't know what y'all are thinking. 2008 is what I'm thinking.
Right.
I'm not going to tell you guys that this is impossible and we won't be any good next year. It's very possible that we're really good and we could be in the playoffs next year.
Hey, we should have gone to the playoffs in Dan Quinn's first year. We lost 5 games in a row. Remember that?
Well, we won 5 in a row.
Yeah, and then we lost 5 in a row.
That's right.
And I just think, and that's where the center was an issue, and they addressed that the next year with Mac. But this is the year where the worm turns. And you could argue maybe the worm started to turn this year. Maybe you won some games you shouldn't have won the first year under Arthur Smith. And there was a learning curve for Arthur Smith, and he admitted that to us in some of his game management and decisions. But now you got to go, as we said, stock the shelves. So, look, no, I don't expect a new defensive coordinator to stand in front of the media and say, yeah, I'm looking forward to playing some real soft zone, kind of laying back, maybe rushing 3. No, but, if you're a Falcon fan, I just said this on Twitter, after years of getting picked apart in zone defense with no pass rush, the zone defense only works if there's pressure on the quarterback, which we haven't had. So I'm just looking for now. Who are the worker bees going to be to go realize this vision that Ryan Nielsen has for the defense?
All right, let's hear our new DC. It's Dukes and Bell at Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. Coming up, they took a chance, and it might pay off. And we might need to do the same thing. It's on the way in 10 minutes. Ryan Nielsen was talking about the conversations, Mike, he's had with players thus far.
Yeah, I won't get any specific details, but just the overall feel is excitement. Coach Smith has a great foundation, and all we want to do is just build on that and just, let's just raise this defense every day just a little bit better. And if we can do that as a coaching staff and players, OTAs to training camp to season, and what we really got to look at is the beginning of the season to the end of the season. Did we get better from game 1 to game 17? Like that's really important. Pushing those guys, and so just kind of talking to them through the process. And again, we're just getting to know each other, and they're all inquisitive about what we're going to look like, and let's just slow down. Let's work out. Let's get to know each other, and that stuff will come.
Yeah, what are we going to look like? He talked about Coach Art and their relationship and the common ground that they have. Ryan Nielsen, our new defensive coordinator, talking today to the media.
It's pretty cool. Aggressive. He wants to get after people up front. His philosophy, run the football run the ball and, stop the run and stop it in a light box, which is impressive. If you don't need to allocate resources to stop the run, if you can do that, you're playing pretty good run defense. Attack in everything we're going to do, we're going to attack. And that's in all phases of the defense. Attack at every position. We want to be going forward and attacking, which that's how he is. And then there's just some other things, just things we talked about in how he believes in the weight room and the practice and all these things. And I'm like, it's exactly how I think. Like, this is awesome. And so it worked out really well.
It worked out great.
Yeah, the dude, for the guys who don't know, before he got into the NFL, he was a defensive lineman for USC. So he tried to get in the NFL, and then he moved on as the next step as a coach. And we talked about it with Bobby Hebert, talked about it. I think Big Chuck Smith gave us a ringing endorsement last Friday about this guy's philosophy. And now, look, the Davenport, he didn't draft Davenport. He's just trying to get the most out of Davenport. But what he's done with the other defensive linemen and certainly how good they are against the run, not just getting after the quarterback.
Steven says, Dukes, is this the youngest defensive coordinator the Falcons have ever had? He's 43. So I don't know.
We had Brian Van Gorder back in the day. I got to look it up.
But I would tell you,
right?
If you're telling me early 40s, more than likely, Steven, it's going to be one of the youngest we probably had. Okay. But, he's 43 years old, for those who are wondering. All right.
Marquand Manuel's pretty young.
He was.
I'm just thinking me and Scooter just spitballing off the top of our head.
Yeah, Marquand was, when he got the defensive coordinator's job when Quinn was here.
He's 43 now, so there you go.
Yeah, he's 43, yeah. Nielsen is.
So is Manuel, so there you go.
Okay, so they were both 43. Okay, so there it is, Stephen, both of those guys. Let's hear from Coach Nielsen talking about what this defense is going to look like.
Well, we'll see. I don't want to give too much away. Again, they've done some good things here. And some of the places that myself and other coaches have done some good things. And so we're just going to marry, what we've all done. And again, it's going to be the best Falcon defense, what's best for these players and take it out on the grass and then implement it when we get into games.
Now, Mike and Squid just did the math. They said when Marquand Manuel was here, he probably was 37, Mike.
Right.
when he got that DC's job. That was what, 2017? Is that right? When he got the job? And
the
Dan Quinn
defense
was still here.
Was great that year. That's the year we held the Rams and the Eagles to 29 points combined. And then Sarkisian had not a great grasp on that offense that first year. And then if you remember, this is when I lost faith in Dan Quinn. The next year, I don't know whatever happened between him and Marquand Manuel. Remember they said they lost their compass. They lost their way.
Yes.
Like, oh, really? Well, the 17 defense is pretty darn good. So, yeah, but anyway, that was a guy who did a nice job. And hopefully Nielsen, based on what he did with New Orleans, everything we're hearing should be okay.
All right, one last thing, more with him coming up next hour as we continue this conversation, because this is the first time we've heard him speak about anything, and it matters. Because the overall big plan is, what are we running? And then what is your personnel? What do we need to address in this upcoming draft and specifically in free agency? If we don't know the plan, then I can't do that for you. He talked about how or where he thinks his defense is going to improve, where it's going to improve the most.
Every area. I mean, that's your goal as a coach, right? You want to improve every area, every player. As a coach, you want to help every player achieve their maximum potential. And if we can do that with every player, then every area should improve.
Okay. I mean, we weren't statistically. Right. That's why we're not in the Super Bowl. Okay, we're not the Eagles. We're not the Chiefs. Hell, we weren't the Bengals. I mean, you can go down the list of teams in the playoffs. We weren't the Bills. But he's right. Every area has to improve. But Mike, I don't know if all these areas need to improve dramatically. There are some areas where we just need to get, a little bit better. Well, but we got to get better at getting the quarterback.
I mean, you got to get an edge rusher. You got to get some pass rush. Again, you can build through the free agency market and get a defensive tackle. You can go get an edge rusher, the best edge rusher available when you're selecting at 8. You got to get a corner opposite A.J. Terrell. You got to decide Rashaan Evans is coming back. Okay, Troy Anderson. We played it earlier. He loves Troy Anderson. And Troy Anderson, the guy that I was talking to some guys about why we took him over to Kobe Dean. Kobe Dean hasn't had a chance to pop yet for the Eagles. Maybe he will, but he was undersized and had a big chest injury. Troy Anderson's had more of an impact, granted on a worse football team, and I think this guy's going to turn this guy loose this year. I think this is going to be a secret weapon for him.
I hope so.
I mean, look, we know we got to get some dudes, but I'm like what I'm hearing. I mean, and by the way, Pease did a hell of a job. We were in almost every game save for that the Bengals beatdown.
No doubt. All right, more to come, guys. Ryan Nielsen, more of what he had to say today. But when we come back, they took a risk, and I think we need to as well. It's Dukes and Bell on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
Then things get really good.
Back to more Dukes and Bell.
Let's go, baby! Let's go!
On Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
The Strong Arm Story of the Day is brought to you by John Foyd Associates Personal Injury Law.
For the next few days, we'll be counting down, tick, the trade deadline in the NBA. It's Dukes and Bell at Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. Coming up, your chance to win Bryan Adams tickets. Stay tuned. We'll give those away coming up before the top of the hour. All right. Over the weekend, big trade. I think it was unexpected to happen as soon as it did. The Mavs trade for Kyrie Irving. They also get Markieff Morris. In return, they get Spencer Dinwiddie and Dorian Finney-Smith. This is the Nets, okay? The Nets also get a 29 first-round pick and a 2027 second-round pick. They actually get two of those. Bottom line is, Mike, the Mavericks are risking this. They want to make a run at the championship. And if, by the way, Luka and Kyrie can work, this thing may actually work out. But the bigger question for us is, what does this mean for us here in Atlanta with the Hawks, Mike? And why are we not going to risk it, or are we?
Well, that's just it. No risk it, no biscuit. But what are we going to get? Who are we getting? Who's the guy that puts us over the top? And by the way, what is your metric of the top, okay? There's nothing we can do with the trade deadline other than go get the Celtics to beat the Celtics, right? Unless we're going to get Tatum and bring everybody. No, I mean, how do you get better than Giannis and the Bucks? There's really nothing we can do. The only way we get better than those guys, and I got to be honest with you, DeAndre Hunter go for 20 a night. John Collins go for 20 every night.
Okay, so you're saying our guys get better.
Well, I mean, we built this thing. Who built this thing? Me. Actually, Schlenk. He's gone now. But we built this thing around these guys all performing. None of these guys is performing on a consistent basis. That's why we're 500. That's why we're win one, lose win. Now, again, it also helps if your star plays on the back-to-back game, which, of course, Trey tapped out with a non-COVID-related illness. And then DeJounte and company had to, kind of do the best they could. And we'll talk about how that game kind of went south in the last quarter. But, Carl, just real quick, Woj tweeted this about an hour ago.
Yeah.
Apparently there's still work to be done with the Nets and the Mavs. Hasn't been made official. They're telling Woj the Nets are looking to expand the deal with a third team. And so maybe some more moving parts. They need some other things. Teams expected to make two-way deal official in the next couple of hours unless the Nets find something bigger to bring into it. Some would say that the Mavs actually got to go find some three-point shooting now to replace Dinwiddie.
Yeah, listen, there are guys out there that I think are more productive than what we're getting on the wing. And if we're going to make a move, it's going to be a wing player. Capella's not going anywhere. Big O's not going anywhere. Okongwu. But we've been talking about Utah, and Utah apparently is interested in John Collins. I've been saying this. And Malik Beasley, that is a shooter. He's a guy that will give us more on the wing than what we're currently getting. Now, when I say give us more, Mike, does this include Bogey, or are we keeping Bogey? Now, the JC deal, I think, is separate, and then you potentially have a Bogey deal. Now, by the way, guys, none of this has happened. All we're saying is, as we get to the trade deadline Thursday, we'll be down at State Farm. We'll get to the deadline at 4 or whatever, Mike, and it's going to be either we have risked it and we're trying to improve and maybe we're going to make a run ourselves, or we're just staying pat. And if you're staying pat, what does it tell you? If we don't do anything.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to look at the pot glass half full, that we believe that DeJounte and Trey are going to continue to come together in the half court, and those guys are all going to do their jobs. Because if you trade Bogey and you don't get anything back for him that's going to improve your team, then that's a white flag. If you move John Collins and you don't bring back somebody of equal value or more, that's a white flag to the fan base, right?
It is.
And you've already kind of shown the fan base your hand by not committing to Red Velvet because you didn't want to get into the luxury tax. So you brought in the other holidays and made that deal because you committed. Now, you did commit to DeAndre Hunter, but that gets us back to square one. Is Hunter going to ever round in to the guy he's supposed to be getting paid to be? See, you started this about a month and a half ago.
I
and
started
you brought it up
last year when he wasn't producing. I mean, bottom line, Mike, is how long do you need to see what he is before you realize what he is?
Right. But then who made that decision? Because Schlenk drafted him, but then these guys decided to give him the contract extension. Then Schlenk's out. This one goes back to the whole, who's calling the shots here.
He was hurt last year, though, and they kept telling us that once he came out of this injury-plagued season and he was going to be 100%, that we were going to get the full DeAndre Hunter. So that's why last year you kind of chalk it up. You chalked up the rookie season, it being his rookie season, even though he had played 4 years in college. My whole thing is it doesn't take 5 years for me to see what kind of player a guy is. Let me ask you guys a question. Is Luka a player or not?
Yeah, he's one of the best in the league.
Ja Morant a player or not?
Yes.
Trae Young a player or not?
Well, he's not an all-star this year.
He's not. But the point is, you know what they're capable of. I haven't seen that consistently out of DeAndre Hunter. And if you're going to tell me, well, Duke, it's the makeup of the team. Hunter needs to be more consistent. Even when DJ wasn't here, he wasn't doing things.
Well, everybody thought, at least I would imagine the driving force part of this deal was what he did in Game 5. Now, that doesn't define your career, but I think they bet on the come. Hey, he finally really balled out. He was a 30-point guy. He put his team on his back when Trae was getting double-teamed. And then, but he doesn't build on that.
No.
If you do the game log, you guys can go to ESPN. You know the drill. Just punch up the player and then look at the log and see what he's doing. And if you look at DeAndre Hunter, he's just 2 points better than last year. That's not good enough.
404-741-0929. It's our Solomon Brothers Diamond text line. If we don't risk it, we're not going anywhere. This is not currently constructed a championship caliber team. And if you're going to tell me they're going to turn into that over the next how many games, Mike? How many games? 30?
We're down to... I just looked at it. By the way, he's had 2 good games, 26 and 20, while we're crapping on DeAndre Hunter. Did pretty good last night. But no, there are less than 30 games left.
Yeah, look, here's the deal. I saw the video, okay? Hawks hand out their gold chains, and they congratulate their players. I saw the video. Doesn't mean anything. 2 games don't make a season. Okay? Because you're on the road and, we needed you and you hit a big shot and you played some defense. Well, that's what you're supposed to be doing. Maybe I'm just too hard on DeAndre Hunter because I expect more from a caliber player, a guy of his caliber. So, yeah, I saw that the last 2 games. Whoop-dee-doo. Give me about a 3 or 4 week stretch of that, D, and then let's have a conversation about you being consistent and playing and showing up every night.
Well, it's 54 games in, 27-27. We're 28 games left. And again, All-Star break is not the halfway point. You guys know that. We got like less than a third left of the season. So what are we going to do? Is this team going to make – and by the way, how do you make this big deal that everybody keeps – all Hawks fans are waiting for this big deal. When you've added the play-in tournament, the Lakers are still desperately trying to do something. Everybody and their uncle is mathematically alive. So how do you consummate this big deal? That's why I'm saying I don't think you guys should expect anything big. And I will say this. If you do start to make moving guys off the roster your priority – when you could argue, if I could find somebody at a more athletic wing, help me out. Don't trade Bogey because we need his scoring. Then you can advance into where the Nets are. You could get past the Heat. The Heat don't really have the money, Carl, to pull off the big trade. They're looking to dump Lowry right now.
Yeah.
So you got a chance to get into those locked-in 6 position for sure.
But here's the problem with Bogey, and this is the only reason why I say, now, if they don't move on from him, they don't move on from him. But Bogey's going to opt out, and he's going to get more money next year. And if we're already talking about the luxury tax, you're not paying him 25 or 28 next year.
So that means you're going to dump.
Season.
Yeah, you're going to dump Bogey for the best deal you can get, which might be some bum in a second rounder.
That's all I'm saying. I mean, I get we should keep him. But if Bogey's going to opt out, and he is, because you can get more than $18 million next year, which is his player option, Mike, you're not keeping him long term.
Right. Well, then the good news with that is at least I'll get to see what A.J. Griffin can do with 40 minutes of playing time.
It is a difficult thing to maneuver. But this is why Landry Fields gets paid the money he does. And this is why now Kyle Korver is in these discussions as our assistant general manager. If you don't think that you've built the team that can contend, then what are we doing? And if you're going to tell me we'll tear the whole thing down, so how long are we supposed to wait then as fans if you go ahead and trade Bogey and JC Mike and you get rid of Capella and all of a sudden all we have is DJ and Trey? How long are we supposed to wait?
Well, then you say you missed your window. So that's the thing. What do you consider a success this year? Getting knocked out in the first round, having to be locked into the playoffs. Because that's the thing. We thought back in July when they made the trade for DeJounte Murray that now all of a sudden we've got the dynamic backcourt. Trey's scoring should go up big time because he'll now get more open looks, which hasn't been the case. He's not taking as many threes. We talked about him not in the All-Star game this year for whatever reason. But all the things we thought were going to be moving, we had our usual injuries. Capella missed a couple of weeks, the usual stuff with DeAndre, that kind of part and parcel for this team. So what do you do and how do you get it done when there's only about 4 or 5 guys that really could help you? And to be honest with you probably got teams ahead of us making better deals. So that's what I'm thinking. I don't think it's going to be anything big other than maybe just getting some salary off the books. And if that's the case, then people are really going to be ticked off.
Yeah. Goodie Bag hits us up on Twitter. Find Mike. He's Mike Bell, ATL. I mean, put him up. See Dukes. The radio show is Dukes and Bell 929. He says, hold up, Dukes. Siakam and Kawhi and those guys took time to grow. Kawhi was in Toronto 1 season.
Yeah.
1 year. Are you kidding me? That's what I'm trying to tell you guys. Like, it's not going to just happen, okay?
Well, let me look at Kawhi's stats and compare that to DeAndre Hunter's. Okay. You want to start with that? I mean, how long it took him to blossom?
Yeah, he's talking about it took a while for them to grow. He was there 1 year and they win the chip.
He definitely, I can tell you what, he did not become a 21-point average or higher until year 5.
He's playing with Tim Duncan, Manu Ginobili, and
he's not taking as many shots.
Correct. And he's playing with Tony Parker.
Right.
There's a reason why. Kawhi was a defensive stopper.
The Claw. They don't call him the Claw for nothing.
In San Antonio, go back and watch. When they're playing the Miami Heat, guys, he's guarding LeBron. That wasn't his role. But then we knew he could score, so he leaves San Antonio. Look at the numbers.
And I'll just double down on what you said. The other thing about DeAndre Hunter, guys, 26 and 20 the last couple of games, his defense has been inconsistent. We always thought coming out of UVA, his thing was he can always play great defense, to the texture's point about his game evolving, but his defense gets really inconsistent. Sometimes he gets caught in no man's land. Yeah. That's happened a lot. And the other thing is, I'll say it again, Trey, the team is all the things we're trying to do here, make a run, and you get snubbed by the All-Star game, and you play a really good team. You play the best team in the Western Conference, the Nuggets, and you tap out. You tapped out. You tapped out. If it's the flu, like I got a bronchial infection right now. I'm talking on the radio, okay? Some of us do our jobs because it pays well, and there's a responsibility to my teammate. So do your freaking job, Trey, and play the damn game.
Randy says, are we done playing musical GM chairs, guys?
Ugh.
We don't know.
But that's just it when it's in such a state of flux. We don't know where this is going to go. That's why we're all, spitballing it right now.
Craig says, what about J.C. Capella, 2023 first-round pick for DeAndre Ayton? Listen, I think you look at all the things.
Didn't we try to get that deal done earlier this year?
Yeah, Ayton has to sign off. He can now. He had to play through January. Now he can sign off on a deal, but he still has to sign off on it. Right. All right, we're coming back. Appreciate all the text and tweets. Terrence as well. Ezekiel, I see you. We'll read some more of you guys' stuff as the trade deadline approaches. Listen, you're either getting better or you're staying the same. It's that simple. We're coming back. We're going to dive into more of what happened this weekend here next on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
Dukes and Bell.
We got spirit. How about you?
On Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
Lots of guys fired up, and women, about whether or not the Hawks are going to risk it all. As I like to say, it's Dukes and Bell at Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. I don't want to blow it up. I know Terrence was saying if we do start over, that's what this organization does. Listen, he says he's been here 25 years, and we're on this cycle, repeat, rinse, repeat kind of deal. Mike by the way, he's always talking about this for all of our teams, and we're going to tell you about what's going on with Tom Brady, because it is a big deal. But Mike says this all the time. When the Braves a few years ago got into the playoffs, right? Let's go back 2018, because we've won the division for 5 straight years. And we said, okay, we're maybe ahead of schedule, but we got to build on it. You got to go out and you got to acquire more talent. And you got to get better pitching. And we said, and we came back and we made the playoffs and we almost got to the World Series, and then we got to the World Series, and then we won it. And the point is, if you're not doing that as an organization when you're close, okay, or when you think you're close, then you're doing us a disservice. And Mike always says, are we building on it? Are we building on it? And I just said to Mike, if we get to the playoffs and we lay an egg and we don't do anything, and I'm talking about our Hawks with the trade deadline coming up and Kyrie with the big trade and with the Nets, and it's not official because they gotta bring in another team. But Mike, we're then 3 years removed from this amazing run to the Eastern Conference Finals and maybe a game or two away from the NBA Finals, right? And you've not gotten any better. You've not gotten even close to getting back. And the point was, and this was, again, Travis Schlenk, and to Mike's point again, maybe they're all like, that plan is gone. But his deal was, we're young. We're going to build around what we have, and we're going to let these guys continue to develop. And by the way, I'll supplement. I'll bring in a bogey, right? I'll bring in some other guys that can help us. But right now, I'm kind of frustrated with what's going on with this team, and it has nothing to do with this road trip. It's just like the big overall picture. I thought 2 years ago, this is where we were going to live. We were going to be one of the best teams in the East for a long time to come. And I know you have these ups and downs, Mike, but I don't know if it's Trey or what.
Yeah, and the other thing is, DeJounte, when they go and get DeJounte, that seems to be, wow. I thought it would be 4 seed. I thought it would be the Celtics, and I thought it would be the Bucks, and then at the time I thought the Nets, and then us. But now, and we'll see. By the way, Durant. A lot of rumors now. Durant might be on the move. They're going to try to pump some air into him to Phoenix. There's no way.
Would you want to stay?
What's the point? Unless you feel that, and you got to bring more guys. You got to get some other dudes in there. Simmons is a one-dimensional player.
Yeah.
Dinwiddie's a good three-point shooter. But, yeah, you're right. It's just kind of, you're not really feeling it. Kyrie was going to be the special sauce, the glue guy on that deal. So is Durant going to try to – how are you going to trade to the Lakers? The Lakers can't give you anything. You know what I mean? They're going to give you – there's nothing you can get. And their draft picks are kind of thin as well. So this, getting back to us – I'm with you. I just thought we were going to build on it. I thought this was the year we get back. And then you realize, guys, at the end of the day, Nate made a run. He made a run. We went 27-11, and that was the run to the Eastern Conference Finals. And since then, it's just been diminishing returns. And you wonder about the strategy. Look, just the other night, I meant to mention this. Last night, Capella couldn't handle Joker. Now, nobody can handle Joker, but Okongwu was doing a better job with him.
Yes.
But what do when the game's down to 8 or 9 points? Nate's got I gotta go with my subs because he's got it locked in. It's like it's so static. You can run a clock by it, right? You can set your watch to it. So they put in Capella and Joker, pow, 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 and the game goes out the window. But that's the stuff that drives you. So Nate, it's not all about yes, Trey should have played. You need to see more from the guys like DeAndre Hunter. But we're still talking about the same stuff.
Yep.
John Collins is not a 25-point night guy. He's not consistent. We talked about DeAndre, betting on the comp. So at the end of the day, real quick, Rick hit us up on the text line. He goes, guys, we're a 500 team. What Parcells said about football carries over to hoops. Your record says what you are. We're a mediocre basketball team. The definition of mediocre. I told Coonan on Friday, he didn't like that.
No, it is. And Bogey, by the way, is being sought after. That it's no secret around NBA circles. I told you guys, I think they're going to try to move on from him. And it has more to do with we're going to have to pay him down the road. He's going to opt out and ask for a lot more money because he can. By the way, for those of you who are not paying attention with Bogey, and this is the part that Beau is frustrated with us about, when you look at Bogdanovich, Mike, he's having career best numbers. It doesn't feel that way because we're not winning consistently, okay? But right now, he's on pace to set new career highs in his shooting percentage and field goal percentage. That gets you $25 million. Right. So he's making 18 right now, and he's going to go, I'm opting out. And the Hawks are going to go, well, we don't want to give you another 4-year, $72 or $80 million deal because they're not going to do that. So that is why I believe, and we will see what happens. If he's here, great. I just hope this other thing, this other part of this chemistry takes off and we start winning more. But Bogey's having a really good year, and that's the part that bugs Beau is like, what are you doing giving away this offense?
And I get it. He's a defensive liability at times, but you can't replace that scoring unless you're going to go get a better player, and you're not going to get a better player unless, you're going to take on salary, which wrestler doesn't apparently want to do unless it's a Steve Koonin said it would have to be an exceptional deal. All right, let's make an exceptional deal and improve this basketball team. But just trading Bogey, and that's a white flag. I think I know you keep using that phrase, but to a lot of fans, that's just saying, okay, that's it. We're going to be in the play-ins and we're out.
404-741-0929. The other thing that we wanted to talk about, and we saw this today, and it was funny because I saw it earlier on social media, and Tom Brady's in these boxer briefs, and I was like, what is he doing? And he's got the beach behind him, or at least it looks like, an ocean, could be a green screen. And it was a boxer, basically, ad that he is involved in.
Tom Brady's in the underpants business.
Yeah, and what'd you say they went for, 20?
They're going for about $24.
Okay.
Let me go back and look at those, because we were doing, if you missed it, we had a very in-depth conversation on men's underwear earlier in the 2 o'clock hour.
Yes, we did.
SquidBilly buys his at Walmart. I buy mine at Old Navy. And Carl goes for some serious designer stuff. It's about $28 a pair.
Well, you got to feel good down there. Either way, so Brady has this picture out, and then he says, listen, you knew that the plug was coming. But the interesting thing about Brady is he went on Colin Cowherd today on Fox Sports, Mike, and he said, because he's a part of the Fox family, that's why, guys. But he went on there, and he was like, I'm taking a year off. And we were like, yeah, but you retired. You mean from broadcasting? You haven't even started this yet.
Yeah, so I just saw our buddy Rick Stroud and for those who don't know, he covers the Bucs at the Tampa Bay Times. A couple of Buccaneers fans were asking because, does that sound like a man that's convinced he's never playing again? And Rick Stroud goes, no. Why would he not start his Fox job until 2024? Because, again, I think now you look at Tom Brady, and he really didn't want to quit. And now he sits around. That's what it sounds like. Because why else would you go start that $35 million deal with Fox? Start TV.
I can see it. I mean, part of it is, right, I mean, I think some people would say, okay, mentally he needs a rest. Okay. But a year?
Yeah.
This is a guy that, that's not him. He doesn't. I told this story. He doesn't take time off like that. He wants to take on projects head first, Mike, dive in and just get going. I don't see him sitting around again and having bourbons all day.
Right. The other thing is, remember a couple of years ago, Jay Cutler was kind of wooed out of retirement. Cutler came back. They signed him to a $15 million deal. He was kicking the tires. Nobody really wanted him to do TV, but he was thinking about it. And then you got you got other guys that have, John Elway, this is last year he won the Super Bowl. They kind of had him on a pitch count. Bubby Brister played a bunch of games, and Elway could stay healthy, and then boom, they kicked our butt in that Super Bowl, and Brady, this one's for John. Brady can do the same damn thing. Sit around, wait for someone to call him, pick his spot. By the way, Brady's base boxer brief goes for $20.
Okay. One pair?
One pair but again, you can get a 5-pack for $85.
Beau's in there shaking his head. One pair for $20, and how much a 5-pack for $80?
5-pack for $85.
So how long do they last?
Well, that's the question, because I got those Tommy John underpants?
Yes.
I bought those things. They disintegrate it's literally like after 90 days, poof. I was in Vegas last time. I got to put my Tommy Johns on. I'm like, oh, look at this. It's got a screen door in the bottom.
Yeah. I'm
Man,
going commando.
I can't wait to make money I can't wait to one day make money where I can spend that much on boxers that disintegrate after a month.
Well, you got to be comfortable, Beau. I mean,
but no, they were really sort of like that soft T-shirt material.
Yeah.
But again, they don't laugh. But it's a ripoff. Tommy John, at least from my experience, your mileage and your balls may vary, but for me, those things didn't last very long.
Well, I tell you what, wearing none, that's comfortable for me.
Okay.
All right. SquidBilly going commando, and otherwise he goes to Walmart.
Underwear. Fellas, by the way, if you got holes, throw those away, man. You got to throw them away.
Right. You know what I do with those?
What's that?
I detail the hubcaps.
Oh, yeah.
Use it on the rims.
There's always a second use for those.
Correct.
I agree.
Repurpose those old wares.
Your lady or your wife or your partner,
and by the way,
they don't like that. Trust me.
I'm not saying detail your car with wares with skid marks on them. I put them in the washing machine first.
I clean them up.
Living like an animal, for God's sakes.
Coming up, we're going to talk about the top stories of the day, guys. Ryan Nielsen speaking to the media for the first time. He had some interesting things to say about our Falcon football team, including Grady. What does he think about Grady? Everybody talks about Grady being the key. Wait till you hear it coming up in the 6 o'clock hour.
Dukes and Bell, the #1 sports talk show in Atlanta for your ride home.
We got to talk to our man Brad Guzan. Maybe, all right, how can I say this? We miss you.
Yeah, we miss you, Brad.
we miss you, dude.
Stupid Achilles.
How can I say this, man? We miss you. Come back.
I don't need a fully recovered Achilles, right? I could go out there and parse it, you know.
Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
He is fully recovered. We just saw him a couple of weeks ago. He got some new installment of Hey Man Hell from
Yeah, and it looks like that deal went down to pick up I Am Yorgos from Celtic, the Greek player. So they're remember we spoke with Garth Lagerwey. We're up there at the training facility for the Five Stripes. What was it, last week, 2 weeks ago?
2 weeks ago.
And we asked him, we said, hey, you got some empty lockers you're going to have to fill up. And they're doing that right now. So and they're spending some money to do it.
Changing the personnel over a little bit.
Correct.
Yeah.
Basically, everything that Carlos Bocanegra did, they're kind of
their
the
first match, Atlanta United. Well, Carlos is still there.
Yep.
Atlanta United versus San Jose. That's going to be on the 25th of this month. But it's good to see Brad a couple of weeks ago and that he's back. All right. Lots going on today, guys. If you're just joining us, thank you for listening to Atlanta's #1 sports show. It's #1 sports station, 92.9 The Game. We just got word. This was a guy's name that was out there. He interviewed for our defensive coordinator's job, Mike, Brian Flores.
Right.
He is taking the D.C. job with the Vikings. So he's going to leave the Steelers. He was just he was basically a senior defensive assistant there and linebackers coach, but he's going to go be a DC again. And so maybe, Mike, this is the road to get him back to potentially being a head coach.
And, one thing for sure, when he dropped that class action lawsuit and was looking for other African-American or any other coaches of any minority, of any color, to get on board with it, and we spoke with a couple of legal experts. A lot of folks said, this could be career suicide. And so the good news is he gets a assistant position, and now he's back as a coordinator, which could lead back to being a head coach. And as far as we know, that thing is still going down, right? That's, I guess, working his way through whatever the legal system is going to. I'm not sure how it gets resolved, but good to know that Brian Flores didn't get blackballed, pardon the pun, by the lawsuit.
Well, listen, I think sometimes you got to be willing. We've been talking about risking it for the Hawks. Right. Risk it to let or shine a light on things that are not right, and he was willing to do that. But I think there are a lot of people in the league who realize what a good coach he is. So he gets another chance as a DC. Meanwhile, we got a chance to hear from our DC today, Ryan Nielsen. And I want you to hear what he had to say about Grady Jarrett, because we always talk about Grady and how dominant he is, and he doesn't get the love as some of these other guys around the league because, Mike, the defense hasn't been as good, right? If he was playing on the Eagles, we'd be talking about Grady as much as some of these other guys, but it just hasn't been the case. This is what Ryan Nielsen said when asked about Grady Jarrett.
Explosive, tough, disruptive, penetrator, a pass rusher. And there's definitely a place for a guy like that. Definitely a place. So I'm excited about working with him for sure.
And, we said this. It's Grady's not the problem. We need more Gradys. We've been saying that for the last few years. We need more guys like this. So for him to give him that high praise, Mike, we can only assume that he's going to be a big part of what he's going to try to do with that defensive line.
Right. Now, whether it's 3-4, 4-3, eventually we're going to find that out. But one thing for certain, if it's a 3-4, 4-3, you got a guy in Troy Anderson who really started to pop. Now, I know you guys were not alone. I was along for the ride when everyone said, why don't we go get Nakobe Dean? Well, he slid all the way to the third round. So 31 other teams. Granted, Howie Roseman looks like a genius on everything he's touched lately.
Yeah.
And maybe Dean will eventually, come into his own when he gets on the field. But we went with a guy that was certainly off the radar, big time at the combine. Troy Anderson really did pop, though. Carl, first with special teams, and then eventually more and more minutes sideline to sideline. Listen to our new DC, Ryan Nielsen, talk about Anderson. I think he really likes this dude.
Yeah, so sometimes, comparisons with players I try to stay away from. That's not fair. But he has the skill set. He's big, and so, and I know, talking with Troy, we got to get him in the building, and I haven't worked with him, like Grady. I have more exposure to Grady than Troy. And so, but I am excited about this particular player. Like, there is definitely a place. He does a lot of things. His skill set allows him to do a lot of things that fit certain things that we're going to want that position to do. All right, I'm being very general here. All right, so, but yeah, and he's been awesome. Like, I've had 3 or 4 conversations with him already, and he's back at home and just kind of getting to know each other. So that process is going well.
Okay, that's a lot. Now he's trying to again lay out without giving specifics about any particular player. But it sounds like he may see a guy like Demario Davis, who played for him in New Orleans, that was a game changer at linebacker, that he could potentially have that kind of impact on him, Mike. And, to say I've talked to him 3 or 4 times, there's some of these guys he said I hadn't even had a chance to talk to.
Right.
That is a clue as to, hey, Troy, this is what I need you to start thinking about. This is what I need you to start, trying to work on, potentially as, the offseason starts to roll around. But, Mike, I love it. I mean, if you got a guy like this that can run, you got to utilize him.
Right, and I know that at the time, because, I do all these stupid mock drafts. You and I were saying, well, this is the year you're going to get a Georgia player or an Alabama linebacker. But they went with, we're like, who? And then we had him on the show. We're like, so is your family involved with, high-power takeovers in parts of Montana? And
Yellowstone.
Gunplay and all that. He goes, no, that's not really how we work.
Yeah.
But really likable guy. And the dude shows him. Again, he won me over because you and I were debating it back in April when the draft went down. But there you go. So that could be a guy that could be a nice cog in this, Ryan Nielsen defense and how it's going to look differently than last year.
Mike, I said this earlier, for Falcon fans, maybe some of you weren't paying attention. And, again, the defense was the defense. But Michael Walker struggled at times.
It was obvious.
And the thing that I appreciated from Dean Pease is he didn't waste time, Mike. He played more Anderson. I mean, Troy Anderson got more run because of that. That may benefit us moving forward because he just didn't stay the course with Michael Walker. Either way, our new DC talking about a lot of different things. I want you to hear him talk about the conversation, or should I say him and Arthur Smith, because I think this is important. Arthur Smith is going to trust him to do what he needs to do on the defensive side of football. Arthur's still going to call the plays. He's still going to be constructing game plans. But, Mike, I can't – just like when Dean was here, I cannot worry about the defense. But he says there's some things that they have in common, and I think this is another reason why they probably ended up hiring him.
It's pretty cool. Aggressive. He wants to get after people up front. His philosophy, run the football run the ball and, stop the run. And stop it in a light box, which is impressive. If you don't need to allocate resources to stop the run, if you can do that, you're playing pretty good run defense. Attack, in everything we're going to do, we're going to attack. And that's
attack
in all phases of the defense. Attack at every position. We want to be going forward and attacking, which that's how he is. And then there's just some other things, just things we talked about in how he believes in the weight room and the practice and all these things. And I'm like, it's exactly how I think. Like, this is awesome. And so it worked out really well.
It's sort of like dating, right? You meet her, you go, man, she's good looking. Okay. Let me talk to her about some things.
Right.
And then you start realizing, oh, you like that? You like that music? Oh, you like to go there? Next thing you know, you got all this commonality, Mike, and that is what he's talking about. I'm not telling you, again, that we're going to be the 85 Bears. But I am saying that matters when you're working with guys and everybody needs to be on the same page.
Right. And again, guys, we're going to see what Ryan Nielsen does. But if you don't know anything about this guy and you simply went and you looked at the stat sheet and you look at his numbers, look at the numbers. and the Saints defense is really good. More sacks, and again, it's criminal how many more sacks they've got than anything we've rolled out. Not to mention they're really good against the run. Top 5 in every metric you would judge a defense on, developing players as well. So, yeah, when you hear him say everything we do, we're going to attack in all phases, yeah, because as a fan, let's be honest, Carl and I mean, we are in a bad abusive relationship with our defense. Because for years, how many times we come to work on Monday, we said it earlier, guys go, yeah, man, that prevent defense. No, it looks like a prevent defense because you're in zone and no pass rush and any quarterback, bad ones, good ones, are picking us apart. The idea that we're going to send blitzes, be more aggressive. Look, if I'm going to lose, I want to go out on my shield, right? Let's drop the hammer. And hopefully we'll have the tools to do that via free agency in the draft. I like it. I got no beef. I know it wasn't Wilkes and it wasn't Flores, but this guy might just be what we're looking for.
Yeah, it's not always the brand names.
Right.
It's not. I mean, sometimes it's known entities within the world of football that end up being the best hires, and I hope this is going to be one of them. Coming up, there's a lot of money at play. I mean, a lot of money. And it may mean the difference between Georgia keeping or losing their guy. We'll tell you about it, but right now we want to give you a chance to win a pair of tickets to go see Bryan Adams. That's right. He's coming to the A Gas South Arena June 18th. We've got a pair of tickets for you. He'll be with special guest Joan Jett and the Blackhearts. Caller 7 right now at 404-741-0929 is going to win the tickets to go see Bryan Adams. Just listening to Dukes and Bell.
to more Dukes and Bell.
Let's go, let's go! On Sports Radio 92.9, The Game. The most important story of the day. Brought to you by MaximumCashHomeBuyers.com. Fair cash offers for as-is homes. Don't waste your time with repairs. Call 678-902-2000.
All right, guys, we've been talking about it for a while. Now, there is no new news when it comes to Todd Monken. Not yet. But Alabama over the weekend hired their defensive coordinator, Mike. Kevin Steele, making his way back to Bama. He's been there before. He's been around the college football world for 39 years in coaching. But in the NFL. But Nick Saban has his OC and his new DC. But what is it going to mean for the Georgia Bulldogs now?
Yeah, because when we last left you on Friday, the word was Monken had a second interview with the Ravens. And it looked like the Tampa Bay thing had kind of cooled off a little bit. And I think you and I always thought that was kind of a strange place to go anyway, based on the recent firings of the rest of the staff. And the Todd Bowles is probably on really thin ice down there. If they had ice in Tampa, well, they do at the hockey rink. But anyway, so in case you're looking for some money here, it sounds like Dog Nation posted this about earlier this morning from Mike Griffith, that basically money's not going to be an object here, and that they will back up the Brinks truck to keep Todd Monken. So whatever the Ravens or anybody comes at him with, barring something bizarre, they would maybe take it up as high as $2.75 or $3 million. He's already the highest paid assistant coach right now.
Okay, so wait now. From everybody that we've talked to, Mike, they keep telling us this is not about money. Is this simply about money?
Well, look, he wouldn't be the first college coach to use an NFL job for leverage. I mean, and that's fine. And if Monken, his intention is, because he's still relatively young by coaching standards, to get back to the pros and be a head coach, you know, I mean, and it's only 32 of those jobs. Certainly fixing Lamar Jackson would be a nice way to get yourself back, you know, right, to a head coaching position. But again, you know, if you're purely from a Georgia standpoint, I got a new quarterback. I got a lot of weapons returning. I got a center. I got a tight end. I got all this. I want my Monken. You said it, hands off my Monken.
Yeah.
So I think if you're Georgia, you step up, you make him an offer he can't refuse, which it sounds like they're prepared to do.
All right. And the reason why we say it's not about money is because everybody's been saying, at least people we've been talking to, that he eventually probably wants to make his way back to the NFL.
But he's also been a gypsy his whole life, too.
He has. I mean, listen, some people aren't built to stay in one place for a long time. And sometimes as a coach, I've got a friend who's a prominent coach around the country. He's been at various places. And he said, you know, Dukes, once I got to about year 10 in my career, and I had been in like 6 places in 10 years, because Mike, as you're working your way up, you might be at a place 1 year and then 2 years, and then you might stay somewhere 6 months. And then, so you get to a point where you're trying to work your way up. And he said, it just became a way of life. Now, he's not married, but that's what, you know, that's how he's lived. So I get it, man. Some guys want to do that, but I don't know, man. If I'm Todd Monken, and I've said this, and I'm not trying to convince him, he knows what he's got. I think he's in a great spot. And if you wanted to just come back and chase history.
Right.
And then leave if you want. Okay?
Right. And then who knows, if you take another quarterback after taking Stetson Bennett to 2 championships, and whether it's Vandegrift or Carson Beck, and you do it and you are that third champ, I mean, yeah, you're punching your ticket any which way you want to go. College, pro job, whatever you want to do. In case you're wondering, as far as some comps, they have not disclosed how much Kevin Steele is making at Alabama right now.
Give me some comps.
But he was a $2.5 million defensive coordinator for Auburn back in the day, working with Gus Malzahn.
Yeah.
And then if you're also wondering, it was Dave Aranda from LSU was the DC. He's now at Baylor. He was making $2.5 million. That was in 2018.
Right.
So there is certainly a precedent. And with Monken now, again, let's be honest, Georgia now doing things they never did when Mark Richt was here. It's a blank check, and there's a good reason for it because they're getting the results. So yeah, it sounds like to me, $3 million man, Todd Monken. How about that?
All right.
If that's what it comes to.
We'll see. And again, my whole thing with this has been, it's Dukes and Bell Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. Coming up, we'll get to game winner tonight. But my whole thing with this Monken thing, and then we'll get to a couple of other stories, has been, if you just want more money, gosh, I need more money.
Right. That's it.
I mean, it's not that hard.
Josh, can I have $250,000 more dollars?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes. I mean, that's kind of where I've been. All right. Let's hope it doesn't come to that. But
I think most Georgia fans out there feel the same way. You don't want to mess with it. You don't want to change horses. And again, there's always the nuclear option. Mike Bobo. Which gets people a little squirrely. Some, not all, some.
I know. All right. As we've been talking today, a couple of things. One, speaking of Georgia, let's mention it again because it's worth mentioning, and that is A.J. Green retires. Puts out a nice post on his social media. He was a great Georgia receiver. Mike says he probably should have caught more touchdowns. I don't disagree, but he thanks Georgia in his message saying, special thank you to the University of Georgia, Cincinnati Bengals, and the Arizona Cardinals for the opportunity to pursue my dreams. Stay true to the game, and it owes me nothing. Be blessed. Love y'all, and the next chapter begins. But A.J. Green, Mike, and we were saying this, kind of set that tone for this is what happens as a wide receiver when you come to Georgia, and you saw guys come. And now, you think about it. They're getting the best tight ends. They're getting all the best skill position guys. It's not even close.
And again, I know that Alabama, some folks felt that, no disrespect to Kevin Steele, but they kind of look at him the way that some guys look at Stacey Searles. He's kind of like, he's got not a retread, but, maybe not the sexy. Some guys are still lukewarm on Tommy Rees. Some guys think Tommy Rees is the best young mind. Now, when it was A.J. Green, you and I were talking about this earlier. A.J. Green could have had even better college numbers because there was sort of a gap because you had Matthew Stafford and then, no disrespect, Joe Cox, and then eventually Aaron Murray got the job. But, yeah, I remember seeing this guy. A.J. Green looked like the best athlete on the field in like 2002, 8, and 09. If you got to see him at San Francisco, it was obvious. And, then, of course, that question begs asking, I guess, you think Julio's far behind? They came in together. Julio.
You still got something in the tank?
Julio had individual moments where he looked great. And then, but those you can count those on one hand this year. He gave up his body for some big diving catches. Had a couple of great catches for the Bucs this year. Yeah. But again, we missing a lot of games too.
I just think what's the price tag? And for Falcon fans who are saying, "We'll bring him back," no, not trying to do that. There will be time to honor Julio when it comes time. I'm not trying to do that. I'm trying to build, get younger, and more importantly, get some more weapons that I can utilize and count on week to week. The problem with Julio is he was more inactive than anything this season. Right. And then when he was active, to Mike's point, he makes a play and you go, oh, Julio, Joe. Right. And then he's gone.
Yeah, he still showed you he's always been a tremendous athlete. No one ever debates that. But just can you do it on a consistent basis? And A.J. Green, he certainly, unfortunately, it didn't pan out for him. That Arizona thing kind of got sideways with everybody, that offense. Hey, speaking of offense, great little nugget that dropped this afternoon. Now, you and I spent a lot of time this year, like everybody else. What the hell was going on with Russell Wilson?
Yeah.
Now, we all know Nathaniel Hackett was in over his head from day one. But, I got to be honest. Russell Wilson is like a punching bag, isn't he, the last 6 months?
Yeah, because nobody understands why his numbers diminished and what happened to the Broncos. You thought the Broncos were going to be a Super Bowl contender when they added this last piece of a quarterback. They had a good defense 2 years ago. They had a good defense this year, Mike. The defense gave up 12 points.
Well, one thing about Russ, as we said, you had a bunch of Seahawks fans, or Seahawks players, coaches. Basically, it made him sound like he was, maybe a little bit aloof, maybe not the same guy we thought he was. Because looking, the view from all the way back here in Atlanta is he put that team on his back a couple of years after Legion of Boom was no longer that great. But it sounds like this guy had his own agenda. Well, listen to this. Sean Payton's formal introduction as the head coach on Monday. One reporter asked him, and I didn't know this, and we didn't bring this up talking about Russell. Russell had his own quarterback coach. Did you know about this?
I knew that he had some people. Let's just say this. He had a crew of people, and I say a crew, it could be 3 or 4. I'm not sure of the number, but this is what I heard. He had a crew of people, Mike, that were literally at his beck and call.
Well, asked if his quarterback coach for Russell, a guy named Jake Heaps, would still be around, as you said, with other, quote, support personnel. Here's what Sean Payton says. Not too familiar with that. That's foreign to me. That's not going to take place. I'm unfamiliar with it. Our staff will be here. Our players will be here, and that will be it. So there's going to be a new sheriff in town, and his name is Sean Payton, and he's been paid a king's ransom, highest paid coach in the NFL, to fix a guy that they gave everything to get, and they also had to give everything to get Sean Payton. So this either works or it's going to continue to be a gigantic soap opera.
Yeah. So anyway, a guy hit me up. He said, Russ saw this highlight today, or this soundbite, and he liked it and was like, let's ride, which is his thing. Okay, let's ride. But there has to be some kind of self-examination, right? I mean, here's the deal about Sean Payton. He don't give a damn. He's going to come in there and be like, here's what's not happening.
Right.
Here's what's going to happen. And I think Russ is going to fall in the line, or, this whole thing about, you got your own guy for this and your own guy for that. What happens, Mike, is you isolate yourself. This gets back to what we talked about with Russ and his teammates. When you isolate yourself, not even purposely, but you know what? Hey, talk to my guy. Give my guy a call. I can't call you.
Right. It's almost like you're in the middle of a playoff series and somebody flies home on a private plane and doesn't fly home with the team.
Okay, that's personal.
What's that?
That's why are you going there?
Ice tray?
Why are you going
I'm
there?
just saying, you laid the dynamic out. Team. Heart of a team.
You're isolating yourself. So when you do that, like, hey, Russ, man, we got something going on. Yeah, talk to my guy. Yeah. It should never be that.
Well, again, also now you're beginning to realize Nathaniel Hackett, who literally looked like Gilligan on Gilligan's Island trying to coach this team. And like, hey, Russ, we're going to work with the film. What's that? You're doing your own film study with the quarterbacks coach? Yeah, but I'm going to be over here picking my nose. So that's why I'm here as the head coach, and now I'm a complete idiot, and I'm going to go try to kick a 64-yard field goal. So now, but there's, like I said, there's always layers. And just one last nugget from Sean Payne today's introductory press conference in Denver. Quote, you have law and order, as Bill Parcells would say. You come in with this how we're going to teach, and this is how we're going to meet, and this is how we're going to practice. Every year in our league, there have been great plans with noble thoughts and a lot of enthusiasm that don't have success. Discipline, toughness, and football makeup is going to be real important. Who is a Denver Bronco?
Yeah. This is what
I'm talking to you, Wilson.
He didn't care. And he's right. This is why he was the right hire for that job.
Right.
I know there were, back and forth about, whether they wanted D'Amico Ryan, but I think for what's going on there, he's the perfect guy. All right, Stooks and Bell, Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. We got to get to tonight's game winner, Mike.
Team concept, Carl. Nobody's bigger than the team. Even if you are making $215 million.
Very personal. It's very personal
Trade.
right now.
All right, man. Today we touched on underpants. We're touching your underpants. We touched on
Yes,
underpants.
we did. Yes, we did.
Tom Brady is pimping new underwear for $20 a pair. Carl wears underwear that is the most luxurious underwear in America. Apparently,
got to be comfortable.
It is so soft. It is actually laced with the tears of baby seals that Carl wears. That goes $28 a pair. SquidBilly gets his off the rack. At Walmart, I split the difference. I get mine from Old Navy. Tom Brady, where do you get your underwear? What is your brand of underwear?
What's your brand?
Okay.
Because here's the deal. Don't lie. When you saw Michael Jordan pimping these underwear, you were like, well, I got to wear what Jordan's wearing. I got to wear that.
Now, granted, Michael wearing a Hitler mustache while pimping those Hanes underwear was probably a strange decision. I'm sure the director's like, that's funny, Mike, wearing a Hitler mustache. We're going to shave that off, right? 404-741-0929. Let's get in your drawers, man.
92.9 The Game.
And the winner is...
Time to take the game winner on Dukes and Bell. Your last chance to sound off on today's show. So don't stink. Call now, 404-741-0929. Today's question.
It's all about the underpants. Tom Brady today kind of set the Twitter and social media ablaze by looking right at the camera in nothing but a pair of boxer briefs. And then later on, some cryptic tweets like, "Hey, Gronk, is this the way you do it?" I guess. At first, people said, "What, is he trying to get back in the dating pool?" And then subsequently, we saw other male models, not with Tom, on their own ad campaign wearing Tom Brady underwear, Brady underwear.
Yeah.
All capital letters, Brady.
I know, Beau, when we see women like this, right, it's a thirst trap, right? That's what you're like, oh!
Right.
Yeah, if it's on Instagram or something like, even Twitter, yeah, it's absolutely one.
Yeah, but I don't know about a dude. But either way, it got us on this underwear conversation.
And then we got in, because Tom Brady's the bare minimum, the lowest price, $20. Get a 5-pack for $85 if you're so inclined. Then it's got Carl and I talking about, level of comfort, style, and then, of course, overall, value, because anytime I bought. And the other thing, I told Carl, no sooner did I be Googling the Tom Brady underwear. Later on, I'm searching like the highest paid assistant coaches in college, as we were talking about Todd Monken. And then what do you think pops up on my screen? Tommy John underwear. That big data thing where they know what and then you search that. Next thing you know, doesn't that feel like a little like Big Brother? All of a sudden, now I'm getting inundated with underwear heads.
It happens. It happened with me a while back. I was going to get new toilets. Remember I told you this? And like every time I pull up, search engine, it was like toilets. I'm like, what the hell? Like, what is going on? But yes, it feels like they know, and they're always listening
and watching
and judging.
Yeah,
Yes,
the algorithm kicked in. So tonight's game winner, what's your underwear? Where'd you get them? Chris is off tonight, so SquidBilly's doing everything. Who's our first customer tonight? Ike. Hey man, you're in the game, bro.
Hey, what's going on, fellas?
Hey man.
Hey, so I think y'all going about it wrong. I think you can get the same value if you go to like TJ Maxx or Marshalls, and usually they have designer and name brand underwear. And I have this brand called Spider Boxer Briefs. Excellent. Y'all need to check it out.
Okay. Yeah, man, Marshall's always good value. Can't go wrong there.
Listen, I'm not hating on any of this. I mean, I'm all about value, but I want to be comfortable.
You understand that Carl, he works on multiple platforms. He's a play-by-play announcer, national broadcaster, so he can afford underwear that costs $28 a pair.
Get out of my pocket.
What? What's the name of that underwear, by the way?
What's that?
What's the name of that underwear?
The one I wear, Shinesty, I believe it is.
Shinesty.
Yeah, that's where you can go and order them. But again, they pay us nothing, and I didn't want to give out the website because people were like, "Oh, I see what you're wearing." Yes, I am wearing those.
Only the finest fabrics must grace Carl's undercarriage.
It's so comfortable and cool. That's all.
Who's up next? Jay. Hey, Jay, man, what you got for your underpants, man?
Hey, man.
Hey, man.
Yeah, man. I get them on Amazon, man. It's called Spider Performance Boxer Briefs, man. 4-pack, about $20. They're the best.
There you go. That's the same product. The guy just talked about the Marshall.
Did he say Spider?
Spider.
Okay.
All right, let me look it up.
I got to check it out, too. Yeah.
Spider underwear.
By the way, can I say something?
Sure.
Amazon just makes things so damn easy.
I know. I feel terrible cutting out the mom and pop stores.
Oh, it's so bad. I mean, I'm just like, I need that click. Oh,
look at this.
I hate it.
Spider with a Y.
Is that what it is?
Yeah, man. You get 4-pack for $22.
What do they look like? Are they stylish?
Men's boxer briefs, poly spandex performance. They got different types of
I'm just saying, ladies, you understand this. Your undergarments, right? You want to look good. You feel good. I do the same thing.
And by the way, Beau is very dismissively shaking his head. That sounds about as good as you're going to get at Walmart.
I can't put
on. Man, I get it for like $12. I'm telling you, you get like a 5-pack athletic. They're like the athletic wear. Not like cotton.
They may not be as comfortable as these,
but I don't know. These work for me when I go to the gym and stuff.
What is Adam and Eve? What are you wearing, like fig leaves? What does this stuff look like, man?
What are you talking? You get quality stuff at places like Walmart.
Okay. No, you do. You do.
So
I told Mike.
It's made in America.
And those underpants are made in America.
I was just there.
Not Bangladesh.
And speaking of Walmart, because I don't go in there often, but last time I went in there a couple of days ago. I told Mike I went in. Start walking up and down the aisles. You're like, there's a lot of stuff in here.
It's too much. I go in Sam's Club. I walk out with all this crazy. It's like going to the PGA Superstore. It's literally, if you're a guy like me, I'm a 12-year-old with a driver's license. You throw these things at me. I'm like, I don't need that, but I'm going to buy it.
It's a lot, man. It's a lot.
Impulse buys, man. Who's up next, Beau? Swede, what kind of underpants are you into?
Hey, man. It really depends. It really depends on what lady's coming over for the evening. But for the most part,
Get the joke? It depends.
Yes. No, not.
I thought you were making it funny.
It's Jim Thorpe specials. No, it's jockey tidy whities. They're comfortable. I get them usually at Walmart or directly online from Jockey. Thanks, guys. Love the show. Love you guys.
You got it. Thanks, man. Appreciate you. Yeah, I know my mom. She stole a Jim Palmer jockey underwear cutout from Macy's. My mom might have had some issues. She's in heaven now. She also stole the Joe Namath Brute by Fabergé cutout at Bamberger's.
She took it.
Yeah, she took him home. You know,
what did she do with it?
That's what I want to know. 'Cause I know when she
what did she do?
She sold the house, and I'm up like today in their private closet. My mom, I'm looking at Jim Palmer staring at me with his chest hair. It's like kind of weird. What was Mom doing?
Yeah.
Who's up next, Beau? We got one more. Maurice. Hey, Maurice. You're in the game.
I know this brother's gonna be comfortable.
Hey,
I know it.
Hey, man, what you got for drawers?
Hey, man, how y'all doing?
Hey, man.
So the first two colors, I do have maybe like 6 pairs of Spider, but my underwear choice is the Calvin Klein. The same material. You go to, I always go to the outlets. The Calvin Klein outlets, you get a pack of like 4 or 5 for like $30.
Okay. So there you go, man. See, our guys, nobody's slumming it, man. All our men are going for some comfort, and the Spider seems like a good deal. We'll check that out.
It's pretty, I got to see for myself.
Yeah. I mean, obviously, it's not, what you're getting.
You get what you pay for.
I mean, now I would never ever. Years ago, I was dating a woman. She got me Versace underwear, and the most uncomfortable things you've ever felt in your entire life.
They look good, though.
Yeah, if I was in shape. Anyway, Rob Tribble's coming up.
You mean the belly?
And I am Commando. It's like ridiculous.
The belly's. The underwear look good, but the belly's hanging over.
Yeah, when you see the Versace ad, you got a dude who's like, weighs like 119 pounds. You're like, no, that's not the way you look. You look like a big fat slob. And
Just go Commando. Be done with it.
Right on, brother. What's going on tonight, man?
Well, of course, the Kyrie thing. Now it's official. Right. It's just a 2-team trade.
So no third team. Brooklyn was trying to weasel in. Okay.
And I did the most bizarre thing yesterday, or it was Saturday. I actually watched regular season college basketball.
Okay.
For the first time in decades.
And what did you think?
Purdue and Indiana was very entertaining. A really good friend of mine went to Indiana, so it made it fun watching with him because he was all locked in.
They beat the number 1 team in the country.
Yes, they did. So, and Purdue's center looks like the only thing that's missing from him are the bolts in his neck.
He shoots like that too.
Right. We were just talking real quick. We were just talking about Jim Boeheim because we didn't really
get into that Friday, as well. Yeah.
But Boeheim's kind of looking like a lot of guys at the end of their careers, like a cranky old crankapus. Sometimes like you better like Dean Smith, bail out.
4 other ACC teams of basically buying their teams, and has he been the bastion of purity? I don't think so.
No, Boeheim he's really looking. Some of these guys, it's just just go out with some grace, not disgrace, and that's kind of the way Boeheim's playing it.
There you go.
Full show tonight.
Full 4 hours of bliss, my friend.
All right.
You
I'm feeling kind of weird. The whole world feels weird to me, man. I don't know. Something's going on. I'm going to have to do some on-air therapy.
This has nothing to do with all the drinking we did yesterday. Okay.
It probably does. After all, it is the depressant.
That's true. Coming up at 7.
Good stuff. Rob Tribble, let's get out of here and clear out through.
Dukes and Bell are wrapping up another show, so it's time for
Let Me Clear My Throat
on Sports Radio 92.9, The Game.
Thanks to Solomon Wilcox for stopping by today, talking Super Bowl. Go check that out. It's online at Odyssey.com. We're chasing down more guests as the week goes on, as we get ready for Super Bowl 57 on Sunday. By the way, we'll have your coverage as we're your home for the NFL. 2 o'clock pregame obviously kicks at 6. Lots of time to eat snacks and stuff your face on Sunday, but we'll be talking more about the Eagles and Chiefs along the way. Tomorrow, Hawks at Pelicans as they wrap up this West Coast road trip. They're coming back this way, so they take on the Pelicans. Trey, play tomorrow, by the way. Call your shot right now.
Please do, Trey, because it's kind of your job.
Yeah. We're going to talk more about the trade deadline. The countdown is on to Thursday, guys. Be here starting at 2 tomorrow. Lots to dive into. Hey, Beau Morgan, great job today. Both jobs, executive producing and the engineer behind the glass. Turtle will be back tomorrow. Make sure you're here. Mike Bell, let's get out of here, man. Clear your throat.
Hey, man, we talked about it earlier today. Tom Brady going on Colin Cowherd's show, saying that he's not going to jump right into the Fox broadcast booth, but take a year off, which is his prerogative. He doesn't have to work. But, when you sign a $35 million TV contract and you announce a second time, Carl, you're retiring, people thought he was going to stick with it. I don't know if Tom Brady just likes hearing his name in the media, because if you're honest, he could probably spend a few weeks doing those dummy broadcasts where you look at games that have already been played, you work with your partner, and you practice your analysis of what Tony Romo's done, anyone else who makes that transition. But Brady says it gives him some time to get in the swing of things. No, it gives you time to be involved in every single rumor about a team that needs a quarterback from here until Christmas.
Last night when she received this award, I was like, pretty cool. And I love Viola Davis. But she's only the 18th person to receive the EGOT, Mike, the Emmy, the Grammy, the Oscar, the Tony. There's 7.8 billion people on the planet, and there are only 18 people in the world who have ever done this. And Viola Davis, who's a tremendous actress, received it last night because she received an award for Best Audiobook and ended up winning a Grammy, which you would have never thought that would happen. The point is, you talk about exclusive clubs. If you win an EGOT, you done something.
Right.
Hey, if you love the show,
you tell your friends.
If you don't,
you can never hope to afford Carl's underwear.